Dorje Jaje Delona Roda Marbaya Malai Juje Gambo Tuzai Shizai Kunji Karmaba Ye Chanje Jubanzinamda Gada Zarazaya Paraniro Paso Salai Sajai Jilana Nyebe Nyame Rongwe Dabo Gajula Sorwa and Sorgajula Mana Yubanzino Namtazinjilo Shelo Gongje Gambarazombai Senogala Chayi Me Pata Sendere Dutai Jube Gomjila Nyega Jemba Me Barazinjilo Mugu Gomje Gorazombai Menga Dergoy Jebela Mala Jende Zoroan Debe Gomjila Jeme Mugu Jevazinjila Yeme Gomje Nguyerombai Ayare Lobe Mowozomade Maje de Garan Jobe Gomjila Gomza Lodan Rawazinjilo Namdo Ngoy Jugarazombai Jaya Maye Jaya Jawala Mangaro Banjave Gomjila Pande Yemedo Barazinjilo Jevaganda Yanda Lamata Dharame Juje Balalon Juje Sadalam Jeyundirabune Orje Jange Gomanyado Sanje Judai Zoje Chonam Sanje Parade Dane Jasanje Dagi Jimzoy Jibe Sunanje Rolai Bezer Sanje Jabayo Sanje Judai Zoje Chonam Sanjaya Bardor Dane Gyamtso Dagi Gyamtso Gibe Sunham Rola Benzer Sanje Draparigo Sanje Judan Zodje Chonam Jaya Bardor Dane Gyamtso Dagi Gyamtso Gibe Sunham Rola Benzer Sanje Gabayo Semchi Tamje Dewa Dain Deve Jedain Dimbar Jirje Dongar Dain Dongar Jedain Tawar Jirje Dongar Mebe Dewa Dambai Dam Mandra War Jirje Yere Jadan Yilan Rave Tanyam Jimbola Neba Je Semchi Tamje Deva Dain Deve Jadan Dimbar Jirje Dongar Dain Dongar Jadan Tawar Jirje Dongar Mebe Dewa Tambai Tam Mandra War Jirje Yere Jada Nida Dave Tanyam Jimbola Nebar Je Semchi Tamje Dewa Dain Deve Jadain Dimbar Je Dongarada Dongara Jedain Rawa Jeje Dongar Mebe Dewa Tamba Mandra War Jeje Yere Jada Nidan Rave Tanyam Jimbola Neba Jeje Dadai Semje Tamje Lo Chusa Roara Jinje Labda Zor Chulamda Roara Jinje Labda Zor Lantraba Sawara Jinje Labda Zor Traba Yeshe San Jawara Jinje Labda Zor Dadai Semje Tamje Lo Chusa Roara Jinje Labda Zor Lanjawara Jinje Labda Zor Lantraba Sawara Jinje Labda Zor Traba Yeshe San Jawara Jinje Labda Zor Dadai Semje Tamje Lo Chusa Roara Jinje Labda Zor Chulamda Roara Jinje Labda Zor Lantraba Sawara Jinje Labda Zor Traba Yeshe San Jawara Jinje Labda Zor Waraji Yerje Nizan Zan Bemai Kesar Dombola Yamje Jogen Ngorani Majone Jezendra Koradai Ganroya Mambuka Jenje Jezendadram Jesenje Labza Jezesur Nemjoy Dere Simbola Remjoy Dala Wanyagar Gedai Londi Bhajil Chodai Dumangadasa Voy Bedrai Garai Pimai Sedevo Zai
Sawa
Sarvai
Sinde
Sinde
Bala
Balahum Arama Aranasa Rasa Raya Tsita Ren Za Zai Garai Ngandrui Zoje Jin Daja Mube Panama Lai Ge Zinji Lam Alai Zunge Sinji Lam Yelai Tuji Sinji Lam Wanje Kurvara Zinji Lam Yeye Dabara Zinji Lam Anje Jumbara Zinji Lam Yeye Dumbara Zinji Lam Kaya abekinza waka abekinza Sita abekinza sawa abekinza
Nelo manoro wala chegin zinen chembe yehi Doso ye la konge pade wa rikpe doje shaolan ke chan sara panden sawe lama Rinpoche dage chewa pende ten yone Katin chembe gone jizon de gosong soje ngodo zado. Lenja namba samala ngado delik sene shubi tene nakwen tada nyamba semje tamje. Lana mepa yanta ba zob sanje ke kama tabal cha. Tate chedola tambe chusama shugi nyambage kolong chanchum chodo to jene seno na taka sembal chabe chote tangana so Terchen Barway Dorje ge gumbam nan shode ge yore tina yang tatring kapsula teni kheti tang alin nyinge gomba tatolan doba tatola teni techenge lad dupa che kora longchen tono che lagundo ta te indo ngarang sambala khare chongsong sena ta gombom nane ne the de yore lad yongzo ne gombom nane yore ta te indo kapsula ta merere yendo ta thi na bot ja kona te sikale ka bo yore Tangaran Samet Saman de la Yobek Capsula de Lama Nanjur Yeshe Chambe singing a lot of dudu de ma Tilong da watch a zone Tenejek Techana Yabo Yongsari Samba Jongsong the Ganes and a Jatang Tangaran so to so Kala Kandam Do Savadi that taking Tanda lot of Recton Dorje Tolati Takura. Shuare. That lot of yondo nani. Ngarank that did to capsula on a lot of the stone double. Koran chanab nimbon double. Turn on a chew the demand double. Chepat to papa. Tende rendo saman double chonsong. That you net tendella tene. Tene homa. Lenda leader. Meta. Tene allen serva. Allen de cadet.
Oh, po.
Pot.
Oh, yeah.
Konza song teni injing minji chorang ladop chita teroch sen lapsong. Tang anang ladop jitek gona teni huma yoba te soda kote one time bero sama konja ena so na chig ladop chit na yo.
Jau konja mamoto.
Oh te song de abo. Oh pura yala sare yon de kani chig singe.
Pura yela zare yon. Pura sena chig de tormara wa. O chik porpare, chik the tormare.
Zarusena,
Zarisana, kare.
Zarusena, Tubaluyakyo.
Oh, later.
Tenda Waji, Tomna Madoshida, Nalaton Yamando. Jonathan Tenella Ten Tam, the Yukamagan Chaja by Yena Yang, Tenicona, Tunjil Laman Najon Davosina, Tening on a tan, Jeva Mejo, Doji Kamnichan the Chonade. That Tandeg Padula Tama Catella, Kora Gandom Yomne Zoga Yod, Tis Zovic Capsula, on a tane, Yenda Pa Yane, that Tawa Tajan Jigge, Yamne Yabo Menkin. Made him Yabo some machine king Kansachi Yenayang, Tene Mesha Song, Yangonda Walandone, Tunji Yabo, Jim Don, Sondam Hano Yabo Zone, Tene Poa Jogina, the Lamachan Poa Tebris in it. Then they chain a penata, Dumba Chimbo Yori, State, Tadola, Tene Tang and a lot of Tandan Teta was Domnele. Telling on that I think it don't do you told the Konatama Shuyana. Tenny Nell Membondabo Yonsadi, Tenny Shuade. Shuade, Tina, that day, Kona, Jerry, don't do you told the ring, touching Dabo Yori, that taking Gola, Tenny Kona Council, Lama Jambo Town. So Dabo Jatin, they cheat that the Capsula and board Dabo Yori. The Konica Shannon, tell a chef marries on a corner more Davocin and Katin Davocin and on a lega tag lega top, Homoget, Koran Rotanda Votani, Tender so go to Castle Pay lega Mamboga Davori, then Moranda Vayana, Tad digging on Chochum, Sama Zayata, Chenang, Tado Zayat, Tondon Lega Nekona Mambo take Dabo in the capsula, Duba, Davo Tezo Tumna, then the Yapon Sadi Sam, tongue around hanging on the deck pento takes in Jonsad, the Sambek and Dushin Davo take a Tony, that Ladum Nanning around Seva. Seva Yente in I thought, yes, Seva song Pengi or Maris, on that Tanega. Sanja the Chanjo, some Batom take a tambo, Chanjo, show the Tok J. Yum capsula. Now, when Tata Yam Simja from Jelana Mebayanta, but Dopo Sanje Comana Copercha, they chet the Latin time, young and in the Bacoma to be Gombek Gomanda was zone, that taken Tato Takona, sang that was Yagiode, sang Yagiode, Menapin young and the Bate, Toby Yode, the Tom Nayam, Tene Kona, okay, that sure singing the Candid Romandote. Ta semla de yode te indu kapsala ngone ge chu set da demba che domna ta drop mundum davote ngone ge so ge sem tela la de sem ju at kalchen bore sem ma ju ba yin tene do Terchen la do pa ya ngone thane ge sanje jamne de ge la do davote don de ge na Ta Judo Tep Hendo, Naja Kalekabunda Yode, Tain the capsula, Tene Tela, Tain, Tamon got so young capsule, one tane, de Rang pended thumb chicken, the Henda was a Majaba Chene, Tene Semje Tamje la Devata, Shivata, Tatuk and Devil, Lana Mepa topic on the la. Attending at Lama Dumne, Tatuk and Devil today, Tobazogi, Yambage, the Henda was attending, same when the head the Jaya Karchem body, same when the head the young Bayena, then the Chu Kanda Kan Yena, one at Tanege, Takora Devil, Lana Mebaji, get Toguri, same when the Henda was a young matter by Yenatani, Kari, again, I pendo, Gabondabo Yungari. Ta tela ten and the hit that the la sono now, ten Japanda what the Korana song in those.
Good morning, everyone. Please generate bodhicitta as your motivation for listening to the teachings with the thought, all beings throughout space must achieve the state of perfect and complete Buddhahood. And it is in order to bring that about that I will listen to the profound and holy Dharma. We are continuing this morning with the songs of Terchen Barway Dorje, but we're going to go a little bit out of order because Kathy and Elaine have requested that I give the reading transmission for a short Guruyoga of Terchen Barway Dorje. And I thought that if I had to give the reading transmission separately to each and every person who wanted it, it would be inefficient. So rather than doing that, and rather than limiting it to simply the reading transmission, I'm going to combine the reading transmission with instruction, and therefore go through the song and explain it to you, in which the transmission will be included. Now, some time ago, several people, Linda Lee, Matt, and Alan McCoy, asked me to write a Guruyoga focused on myself. And I have not done so for the following reason. If we use the Karmakaju tradition as an example, even nowadays, so many centuries afterward, the principle of Guruyoga practiced, in fact, what one could say is the most widely practiced liturgy in that entire lineage, is the Guruyoga for the 4 sessions, composed by the 8th Jolon Karmapa Mikyu Dorje. And this is still so widely practiced that it is a well-established fact that even a relatively untrained monk will be able to recite that at the bedside of a dying person and perform the ejection of consciousness successfully through the blessing of that practice. So, taking that long-standing tradition of using the Guruyoga of past incarnations as a precedent, I taught the most widely practiced Guruyoga of Terchen Barway Dorje here several weeks ago, and it's called the Spontaneous Song of Awareness Emptiness. Nevertheless, while it's relatively concise, it does, if you add the feast and the crying to the gurus from afar sections to it, it does add up to a certain amount to chant. And these 2 women, Kathy and Elaine, are extremely busy women. Kathy, as most or all of you know, runs a business pretty much by herself, and does all sorts of stuff to do with horses, which is a kind of intense thing to do. So she doesn't have time to chant endless amounts of stuff. Elaine, as you all know, is extremely busy taking care of this place, cleaning everything and doing all sorts of things. So she doesn't have time to chant long liturgies either. But they did want the transmission of a Guruyoga. So I looked through the Guruyogas of the Terchen Barway Dorje that are in the songbook, and they're all in there, and I found the very shortest. And so I will begin to explain it. However, my explaining this is not enough. Remember that all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas began their paths with their first generation of bodhicitta. The thought, I am going to set upon this path in order to bring all beings without exception to that state of Buddhahood. The value of our practice, the value of our involvement with Dharma, depends on our motivation. And it depends upon our willingness to change. If we are unwilling to change, if we're unwilling to surrender our kleshas and let go of them, if we're unwilling to alter and gradually improve our actual motivation, then never mind the Guruyoga of Barway Dorje, the Guruyoga of Buddha Shakyamuni would not do you very much good. So when you set about this practice or any practice, do it with the best possible motivation. The thought, I seek to accomplish my Guru in order to be able to bring all beings without exception to his state, to the state of perfect Buddhahood. And if you have that motivation, then the practice will help you. Lacking that motivation, it's very unlikely to do you much good. And now I'll begin to explain it. Oh, dear Lama. Oh, yeah. And one of the reasons, one of the reasons Rinpoche said why he didn't compose his own Guruyoga was because it would be like, okay, I have to explain the whole thing. The 8th Sutta Rinpoche's, one of his greatest disciples was a kind of contrary but brilliant scholar called Belo Tsewon Kunchab, who wrote some of the most important practice commentaries on the main sadhanas of the Karmakaju tradition. And Belo Tsewon Kunchab was brilliant and irascible. And therefore there are many, many stories, some of them have been told here, about his antics. But he did have disciples of his own. And at one point, a disciple who was principally a practitioner of the Sky Dharma, or Namchu tradition, which features extremely short liturgies and Guruyogas of all sorts of figures that were received as visions by Namchu Mingyur Dorje, approached Belo Tsewon Kunchab and asked him to write his own Guru Sadhana. So he wrote this. Bearded Kunchab, dark red in color, a bowl, no, a cup in his right hand, a ladle in his left. By that will bearded Kunchab be accomplished samaya. Because that's what those things, if you look at the Namchu tradition, a lot of the Guru sadhanas are very short like that. So he said, that's what you people, he said, you chant that. That's what you people like to, that's the sort of thing you people like to chant anyway. And of course he was joking. And so I didn't want, Rinpoche said, to compose a liturgy that would just be humorous. Bearded Kunchab, dark red in color.
Lama Namgyur Yeshe Chambe Fusos Tang Guru Buddha Dhamma Sangaya Tang Guru Nene Lamari Buddha Senane Sangyeri Dhamma Senane Churi Sangha Senane Genduri Ta Konjosum Lama Sangye Chu Gendusum Sen Songravan Rendos Namo Senaneta Chansawari, some like Gyamtso, Semcho, Nizone, that some la said that a condo, Sombege, Sanje Chu, Gendu Sum, Senatanga Jonayare, that Lama Yedam, Kando Sum Senata, Tanga Jonayare. That Jonayari, Terchen Barway Lama, Ngodogazawa Yedam, Tenegatawa, Chujong Sen, Pena, Sosuke, Pena, Gyamtso Zonga Yenare, Tondo Kala, Yenaya, Mantiba Meba, So Yenaya, Mantiba Meba, Dawojan, some like Gyamtso Sen Sondo, that day in the Gyamtsola, 다 택바 람딩 타슴 칸데 제란 욕데베 제버지나야 다 되게 점도 된데 완다고 다 손도 섬나 잡소 다 되게 점도당 샘조 이종네 다 샘조 때다 장족 샘 맘바 장족 샘다 가인고 말거라 샘조 맘바 주고야
어디 샘조 니소나 콘솔트나 니카리
콘덥게 장족 샘당 돈탐바 장족 샘 이종네 yume luji yana choke sor that you make lu singing te tangaran so yena ya lu lembe ke kapsula tangone thane kere khora yonwa ngake ju ranjin dubanda bo che de yena ya ta leji lu se yon kapsula ngome ke le khare sa yo pa yena ya 다 되게 열라 때네 루트 랭게 요리 대답을 코란레 용게 열세나요 선놈 싹베게 열세나요 루 랭게 요리 마도 제게 돈달라 오스 마도 비차니 때네 유멜루 센데 송한다 유멜루제 yana sedu kapsula ta jetangin go kamba lakpa seneta yana mambo chi yobari take nane chang yana chog soro sedu ta to dawo ti yana thamje ke nane chod chuban dawo go yimba tang te tabu ke ta go soro sebu kapsula ta jeto to sarang jeto ke nam khala singen dawo ta yimba so sing
세리 되게
제모 건다 셀 레인도 텐딩문 나로니 칸타 원다도 제스타 싱테 추지 니다 식부팅 다 싱게 게테 다 예반다 와잖아 싱게 쳔보 예지 때부터 세니야 라고 다운도 싱게 게테 되니 대 땡스라 다 출래 지바 세나 되니 빼나 메도 빼마 출래 지바 추제 세나 세게 요리 닌다 세도다 다베게 된다 된거는 님한테
말에 시와게 라드로 카서데 데 올라 니마 된나 다와요
알아 닌데 니다 뜻부팅 대시 건데 대식 야와 건데 라마네 스타송요하데 테인도 kapsula ten 생계게 택베게 테 텐돌라 ten 추지 메도 페마 ten 테 텐돌라타 니마탄 다베게 된 세용 kapsula 타 텔라 제당게 단통 다보지라 삼로 땅와 옛나 tening on it on the metal chule jebege, then I hope at that. Chanchuk sem sambeg danda was in a sungindo, Garek and David in the Chanchuk sem samba sungindo, tell it about
Senge tre de lung number dapa, Pema de Tsa number dapa, Nima dandawa de Kama number dapa down. Yana de ngak thada de song to Zamzang yang de tata de magic pa shit down or de ne de tata de zoya me pa da wa yore pema down nima dan da wa de yang de
tap de band of it.
Kawa ge ma go pala so pa down de nima de mangcha wa ge sharabam yeshe chanje down da wa de ninje am tap chanje da wa re
Tiabondo, Tetende Yong. I'll tie in the castle, that chuche, the senting in the Tagarason. Teni penna, ta Nimate, Sheram Sambar Jabade. Sheram Sambar Jabade, Kande Senna, Choram Namban Jepeke, Sherap the Menna, Teni young topic, Teni sugar nail with the thought to be homari. Take a Gyamtso tene, chorap namban jepe herap te sonje te nimatang, tene ta nyingje sambar jepa ten dawari. Hingin Sambar Chepatin Dawa Yindu Kapsulata, Tanji Kond Hubata to La, Ta Semjin Goja Matopa, Javaji, Tapki May, Send Sonari, Semjin Gover Chepek, Tap Te, Tan Dawata Days, Kona Hingil and Rogo your days. Hingil and Ro Yuma Kapsula, Tending on a Rang Thor Tambekitan, the Hechik Latene. Teni Chavanda was Cheba Yena, Sugar Chavata was in a young, Tate Kona Seto and the Banda was over your take a hatchan, gay Pento Chambon Young Togomadi, Tamahitam, the young Edison, Sage Suna, Jim Togadet, Nasa Palma by young Devanda was in Nasate, Jetangetan del Pay Yabadi Matu, Super Nasaki Kijamadi, same number of Mother Tana, no more about the Nasa Towers. I don't talk some new capsula. Nasa to pay massive back trouble in tangy orders. Your Nasa singing take can't take a top chamber in a young Lutin Della ten Jungian den Jepar Chebeke, ten Joji Chekit Mato, depend on Nasa to turn Romaries. Yamon big Nasa singing take, Tankoa Toma Mepani, Tamatanda Toki Patola. Yang dola kowa la kobeki jo teni kona yang tabeki chuji nelo chuji double chebe parchi yang tabe nelo chuji nelo tingin nelo chuji dola pena double chebe ke ta dipase du kapsula yola taba yolan toko chege dev yaba yena ta chela yojong khande chegen zebo chi yona ten thon thogu mari teta bu debar chebe ke dibala so ba sire do tu kapsula ta teta bu rang semjo la yoba yena shen do ne chang ta karbe ken dawata bu yong thogu yo mari semte nyokwa te cheba chi yong ge yo sem nyokwa te cheba tela tene pena tela kona ta yang ta bas chori yendo la taking on a tongue to Edison, tongue to Maris. Penna melon shella neja, tapa chimbota, then became melon to Yona, Hegondawa, melon dawa, tat on the calape yana digindo. Yet na, Tina la case, Mogo case, zone zebachi yoba yanaya, shadow to Dana Sawan in Shagmaris. Then we had the capsula. Then it depend the Kana Dogari Sena Penata, same number of Mada by Yena, then on a Tanik Sanje Tamjeki Chinap Tamjin Jokonaya, Josa maybe Sanda was in the Reggiori, Tay in the capsula, Davek and Samba Tene, on a Tanigata, Chambata Hingil, Sangiori, Tay in the capsula, head up Hingil in a thing, Tene Sanje. Ke yang tape ke tato ke devo lana me bat kana tene to go yo de sena ta herab la tene hiwa nyang le de ba la mene ba ta nyenge la tene ta khoa la mno ro te ta bu ke go ne to go yo
mare sherab la tene korwa me longwa da te nyenge la tene te nyangen le me da wa
ta o te sono nanda Teta Johnson la tenata, Nidek Dane Senata, the Sonari, Tepe, Kona, Samla Yaya, the Karchambori, Ona Tamboni, Kora, young topic, Lamachin up the Samla and Yoko Yuna, then on a Tanek in Juxik, Sacha Yobanda, what you thought you to pay, Karchambori, the Yodi. Tamboni, Sosik, Zebanda, what you Tongo Yodi, Yoko Yuna. Tongsak melon Shanton agent, Tawa is go your mother take te Mada Payana Case, Cora, Devotion and Tonto Maris, Taneto te and Davori, Tenete in the capsula te, Tabugato ne, Tene take the things that te Tabugating the la, the Hik Yavakundi Lamani, that they were Hipas. Ta pena tanjiki shuba tadola te tabu konde nyingi tukji chepatum pawa te tabu tula tamne tan tatu mene pinyangela kambana hikwan zepeke dehik yawa te yonse doba tamji te koranta solan dubare sena ta lama te la dubare yeri gawa kunde lama ni tantong deshin baba dorje sal stapal tantong gavi shi deshin baba dorje sen yori te tabe tantong deshin baba dorje sal nomba longjo zogu pemanjong stapa yesa la tawa yena longjo zogu ki chagye jin tene kora peman jone ke tande la do de don do ji tholo ta de la phaji ko mya imbada
Nyensa mare.
marve
It's kakare.
Oh,
De la dorje don drubo.
oh la sa
De patato de ujen dorje changge eyena samsung. Chedon so goro ke chakchen da longko dang chakchen dorje drubo sonamong chebo ke pachete tata ngatso pimze kang de kakachi nanda de lokso yapate ujen dorje changge kudrawo yora.
ta de
De yensare.
oh la
Yensare yene tentemendo.
number longjo zoku peman jong ta cha ye la do je sa yon na te bun zin jin
Re yensare kar de tata ngatso ke de region dodo ke nane ojin do ji chang de la pema jung ne zen so go yensare
na do del zin jin de ton simbe jil sa de ton simbe ki jidong to yoba tene ngomo ta te ta bu yoba ge ta te jing sama sa lama te la tene ngo sa ju lama yedam la tan sa ke lama ta yuba ke lama ta yedam ko la so ba ta hiwa ta ta bo hima to la so ba yedam pomola so ba kare yena yang Milarepa tamjin dupe dani dorjin chang san dupe dani dorjin chang chanlam jao phong thok long nang tong chanda tabul somer sa sta nang yandola tomba tong yandola nawa chunang dawa tabul somer sal sen song yodi tande te taje kechen bore de yori teni lada lama kare gomba yena yam save ke namba thakbe ke namba tangaran so ke chetang ke julu shata ke namba teni kora nata chosel ta nana tono kanga yoba te tab gomba yena te taje mandik pandabo yori te taje yang tap nelo so yendo kona to gona to togo mari yo ne tela tene ta nan yendo tomba ton yendo sawa na ton chunang dawa ta dola tene kona san ne sawa tene te tamje te chanam yons de chanam tamje yons de daniela sangere so ke sal tam ne Tusum sanje lama Rinpoche zame mugu chapu ju kone loti chikyo ni to soande sta te tabu ke lama te la ta sosu ke koran de che pado sam de chap to sol sen lo te ba yina tene te tamche sanje chu gendu yedam la so ba yon do ba de ma ta tusum ke sanje tamje dupu ke ranji yimbe chenna tene te tabu ke loti chik tu chopa te tabu nyi tu la ta sawa tabu yin sen ta sande che thok je song la da ju chen je lo ta che ke thok je ke song la da gi ju de chen je la ban de so sen la wa de te ga sa de cha san che ya la
chatsang
chen je lo chen la ze jin bar be la me ko mo ge me sho doji dozi chu le kan gosum tema demita wang yi top ni gui ji ngon ji shu stand de wang ne den do
lare
ten yin de ka su la ta chin lap ze jin ba lam ko ten ngon ne ta ne chin lap de demba ze jin tam ta ko la nu pa tham je ge ran jin ta se wa yin ta ze jin ba lam ke ko mo gu me hyo ta so la mogu chepa tum pakpa yopa te la tene tene kona lamme ke kote hot hyo Dorje Dorje Chotavalan Yor. Take a Rani Lutam Jet Kang. Ta Lu Nga Ye Sum Ho Toma Meban Tama Tanda Pad Sapike Go Sumge. Then it debat Debala Sabaka Yabate. Dimita Shejet debat Yom debated.
Let it.
Oh, that I would depend about the ta ne. Ta one ye top going on the job guitar, Kona. Ted about Sosola, Nicola, Chanam Dabot in Yoksum, Sambata, one here the quiet song.
Let it.
Te can hear Hyung Yong Rick back on it. Can hear Hyung Yong. Regret Trando.
Do.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Regret that and Tando sitting.
Gong Shu Zhong Rikbar Tala. Tala inside Tala. Machu.
Can't hear you. Regret Tala. Macho Samara says Yogaria. Impar Teso. Him member. Yemba teso member sandep so chon na tein kembo teso ho kek so pondo mugu kona sa tetal kani lobe mugu jin nanjur kama wanjal tuji dara babe doji tiba tanden ho sen tande ki chetange sem yadang ko teta Gor Mambana, Yan, the person, that take it to Guayam. Then it take a sour, thing a long showing.
Long locks song game.
Okay. Pardon, Jan.
All right. So, the Guruyoga that Rinpoche is teaching is on page 237 and 238. What you chant is just on 237. It's called a Rain of Wisdom, and it's named that because of the, probably particularly because of the way the visualization ends. It is definitely the shortest of the Barway Dorje Guruyogas here, and would be very suitable if you wanted to do it at Pena Gom Sowa Japkin Getun Gegola De. It would be an excellent preparation for meditation for people who principally are doing meditation rather than other elaborate practices. Anyway, it begins with the Sanskrit invocation Guru, Buddha, Dharma, Sangaya. That's not, you don't recite that. That is Terchen Barway Dorje's invocation with which he begins the writing. Guru means Guru. Buddha means Buddha, Dharma means Dharma, Sangha means Sangha, Ya means to. So it's like homage to, but without the word homage. So it's like when we toast, you say to you, so it's to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, to the Guru, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Then what you chant begins with the words Namo, and that Namo, and then the first two lines are the refuge and generation of bodhicitta. So you would usually recite that several times. But the Tibetan here, Namo of course means homage, or I prostrate. And the Tibetan actually just says, I take refuge in the three. It doesn't say jewels. And Rinpoche said the reason why it's left vague in the Tibetan, so if you want to, you can just not chant jewels, you can just say, I take refuge in the three, is because the practice is designed to be suitable, Rinpoche said, for people of any level. So a practitioner primarily of the common vehicle would, when they take refuge, would take refuge in the three jewels, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. A practitioner of Tantra would primarily take refuge in the three roots, who have of the same essence, the gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And a practitioner of the great perfection would primarily take refuge in the Trikaya, the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. So in any case, what everyone could agree upon and discreetly adapt to their own particular needs at the time is the three. So whether you principally take refuge in the Trikaya of the Guru, or in the three roots, or in the three jewels is up to you. So that's why it says, I take refuge in the three. And I put jewels there. So you don't have to chant jewels if you don't want to. And generate the two supreme minds. But minds here means bodhicittas. So the two supreme bodhicittas are relative bodhicitta and absolute bodhicitta. So you are, again, if absolute bodhicitta per se, according to the sutras, does not arise until you achieve the path of seeing. But just in case you have achieved the path of seeing and are doing this, so it mentions absolute bodhicitta, so that you're not left out just because you're a bodhisattva. So those of you who've achieved the path of seeing will generate absolute bodhicitta and not relative bodhicitta. So that is the preliminary, very long. Yeah, I take refuge in the three and generate the two supreme minds or bodhicittas. Now, next comes the visualization. And the visualization goes from at the top, the beginning of the next line, to the end of to the words water moon, where there's a break. At the top of the supreme limb of my illusory body. Illusory body is important here because you're bringing to mind what your body really is. Our body is the ripening of our previous karma. Among different results of any action, the most powerful one is called the fully ripened result. And that is what happens when that action causes a certain type of rebirth. And it's called the fully ripened result because the karma of that action ripens as a set of aggregates, a body. So therefore, our bodies are the ripening of our previous actions. Part of that ripening, however, is that we mistake them to be real, to be solid. Now, analysis will prove that they're not. They're constantly changing. They're made up of bits and pieces. Pieces go away. Pieces are added. The cells are constantly changing. The particles are changing, and so on. So, in fact, our bodies are illusory. They are the basis for our experience, the environment in which all of our experience through the senses occurs, but they are illusory. The supreme limb, the body has 5 limbs, the 4 limbs and the head. And the head is called the supreme limb because it's where so many of the sense organs and the brain are situated. So at the top of the supreme limb of my illusory body means above my head. But the words here are significant because by acknowledging that you are imagining the Guru above the supreme limb of your body is itself a demonstration of devotion. So the structure of the visualization, as simple as it is designed to bring out your feelings of devotion. are a lion throne, lotus, sun, and moon. In this Guruyoga, you imagine your guru seated on what's called a four-level or fourfold throne. The first level is a golden throne inlaid with beautiful precious jewels upheld by 8 snow lions, like the throne that is being built for the Buddha in the shrine room. And the significance of this is that it, among other things, it represents the achievement of awakening and fourfold fearlessness. The 4 sides of the throne represent a Buddha's freedom from fear in proclaiming that he has abandoned all that is to be abandoned and realized all that is to be realized, and in the midst of any assembly. And freedom from fear in proclaiming amidst any assembly or group the nature of the path and what the path overcomes. So this fourfold fearlessness is a short way of representing all the qualities of Buddhahood. It is, in fact, one of the 32 qualities of freedom that are considered the qualities of the Dharmakaya. So, imagining your guru on top of that throne upheld by 8 lions is an acknowledgement of his being a Buddha. Only Buddhas sit on lion thrones. On top of the lion throne is a lotus flower in full bloom. The Tibetan just says waterborne, but it means a lotus. And the lotus flower represents one of the attributes of awakening, which is complete freedom from attachment. The guru is fit to be the guru because he is totally and utterly unselfish. The lotus flower represents that the guru can live in the world, act in the world, and yet not be stained by it, just as a lotus flower grows in a swamp, but is pure and colorful and wonderful. Now, on top of the center of the lotus flower, and of the same diameter as the center, is a disk of brilliant golden light that represents the sun. So it's the sun, but not as a sphere, as a disk. And that represents the guru's wisdom and knowledge. It's not enough that the guru be fearless and that the guru be free from attachment. To actually benefit others, which is the function of the guru, he or she must possess full and unimpeded wisdom. On top of that sun disk, and of the same diameter, is a disk of pure, soothing white light that represents the moon. And the moon here represents compassion. It is not enough that the guru be fearless, the guru be free from attachment, and the guru be wise. He or she must also be completely filled with love and compassion. Any Dharma activity, whether we engage in it as students, as practitioners, as disciples, or as teachers, any Dharma activity that is performed without compassion, without the motivation of love and compassion, is poisonous. It is like eating poisoned food, or, if you're a teacher, feeding poisoned food to others. The food will nourish you, it will fill your belly, but at the same time it's making you sick. And the sickness produced by uncompassionate Dharma activity is worse than physical sickness. We all naturally are very concerned with physical sickness. We don't like it. But the very worst thing that physical sickness can do is kill us, and then it's over. We're cured. But the mental sickness that is produced by lack of compassion is far, far more dangerous than that, because it covers or obscures reality, literally covers it, just like a curtain covering a window and preventing you from seeing what's outside. A lack of compassion and even a Dharma activity conducted without compassion adds to our obscurations. And it causes us to be unable, temporarily, to see things as they are, unable to accurately connect to reality. Our minds become like dirty mirrors that can never show us the true beauty of our own face or anything else, because they are so dirty that when we look in the mirror, instead of seeing a reflection, all we see is dirt. And that's what we become when we lack compassion. So the Guru is shown seated and imagined seated on a lion throne, lotus, sun, and moon, so that we understand what makes him qualified to be a guru. Fearlessness, freedom from attachment, wisdom, and compassion. And especially the presence of both the sun and the moon are very important, because they indicate that through wisdom, the Guru has transcended samsara, but through compassion does not pass into nirvana. So this should also indicate to us our own state of mind when practicing the Guruyoga. If we practice Guruyoga without compassion as our motivation, we will not receive any blessing, because there is no place within us for the blessings to enter. We are impermeable. So only through compassion do we become receptive. Do we create a receptive environment within ourselves for the blessings to enter? Or, to use the analogy of the mirror, a mirror that is sufficiently clean that at least you can make out your own countenance when you look at it. So seated on top of that fourfold seat is my Guru, the personification of all Sugatas and all victors. The personification of all Sugatas. Sugata is a synonym for Buddha. It means one who has well gone or gone to bliss. Can be understood in either way. And a Sugata is therefore a Buddha. It's somebody who has reached that state described by the fourfold throne, where they transcend samsara and nirvana. And all of these Buddhas, all of the Dharma, all of the Sangha, all of the Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis, all of the Dharmakayas, Sambhogakayas, and Nirmanakayas are all embodied here in the figure of the Guru, who is therefore all victors or all Buddhas. In nature, he is the Heruka Terchen Barway Dorje Tsal. So you can either think of the word Heruka as part of his name, which it is, in which case you could leave it in Tibetan and say Traktung Terchen Barway Dorje Tsal, or you can think of it as an adjective describing him. In either case, it is Terchen Barway Dorje in nature, but in form, he appears as the Sambhogakaya Padmakara. Now, the Sambhogakaya Padmakara is the form that is otherwise called the Uddiyana Vajradhara. So he looks like a slightly chungze tore. We have a statue of this form of Guru Rinpoche in the other library, so you can see it. He looks like Vajradhara, except he's got 3 eyes, and he's got fangs, and he's a little bit slightly wrathful, and he has a friend. So his form is the Sambhogakaya Padmarkara. He holds a Vajra and bell crossed over his heart and sits in the Sadvasana of great bliss. Typically, Uddiyana Vajradhara is shown with his legs fully crossed in Vajra posture. Here, it's specifically said he's seated in the Sattvasana or Bodhisattva posture with his right leg slightly in front of his left leg. But otherwise, it's like the statue, and he's blue in color. So it's Guru Rinpoche in his Sambhogakaya form as Vajradhara. In nature, he is all root and lineage gurus and all yidams. So as said before, in that single figure, he embodies not only your root guru, but all of the gurus of all of the lineages that he has received because he has received them. And he embodies all yidams because this Sambhogakaya, Vajradhara, is the actual source. It's sometimes called Padmavajra. And in our system, Padmavajra is often shown red, but here I think he's blue. And he's the embodiment and source of all yidams. So he's a single, all-sufficient figure. That you don't need any other yidam, you don't need any other source of refuge. It's everything all in one. He is Vajradhara who embodies them all. Amidst an expanse of vibrant rainbow light and rays of blessing, he radiates rainbow light, which here means, the correct translation actually is spectral light, but people don't like it because then they think of specters or ghosts rather than spectrum, which they should think of, but they don't, so we say rainbow light. It means light of 5 colors rather than 7 as we normally think of them, but you can think of 7 if you want. It means light of every color, and it's because he embodies that single wisdom represented by his deep blue color, that is the Dharmakaya. But within that, all aspects of wisdom and blessing are included. So his body emits not just blue light, but brilliant, pure white light, rich and warm yellow light, red striking, red light, green, brilliant green light, and of course blue light as well. And these lights are vibrant. They're not quite pulsing or throbbing or shaking, but they're not static. Nothing about the visualization is static. And they are rays of blessing. In other words, anything that is struck by this light is liberated. He is vividly clear, appearance emptiness like a water moon. And that line completes the description of the visualization. Now this line, Rinpoche said, is particularly important. Whenever we imagine any deity, including the Guru, it's important that we imagine that deity, that figure, as extremely vivid, but not solid at all. And this goes against our habitual assumption that anything you can see must be solidly existent. And therefore, to give us a counter example, the text uses a water moon. Water moon means the reflection of the moon in a body of water. And on a clear night, if you look at the reflection of the moon in water, it's as bright as the moon itself. Technically, it might be slightly less bright, but experientially, it's as bright. So it really looks to you as though the moon is in the water. It doesn't matter whether the water is a thimble, an ocean, a teacup, or a salad bowl size. The moon fits within it. The moon is there, and it's very, very bright. But the moon isn't there. If you reach your hand in and touch the water, there's just water and light, but not the moon. In the same way, the Guru's form is appearance that is emptiness, which means not just appearance that is empty. It means that the appearance itself is the emptiness. In the case of a water moon, the only reason you can see the reflection of the moon is because the moon is not there. Its appearance is its emptiness. In the same way, the vivid presence of the Guru and all of those rays of light and all of his power and majesty and reality is emptiness. That is the appearance of emptiness. It's not just empty. Okay. So that's the visualization, very short. Next comes the prayer, which is of 4 lines. Buddha of the three, I forgot one thing Rinpoche said. Part of the reason why we are so, why we have trouble with this is because of this, our habitual misapprehension of our illusory body as solid and real. All we know normally is flesh and blood. That's the only kind of body we know. So it's challenging initially for us to visualize wisdom bodies, like the body of the Guru, which is not made of flesh and blood. What you're imagining is a body of pure light. It's extremely vivid, it looks real, it's not like diaphanous or vague or ghost-like or wispy or any of those things. In fact, it's more brilliant, more colorful, seems more real than what we think of as real, but it has no solid, substantial existence. It's not made of particles. So then the prayer, Buddha of the 3 times, precious Guru. We call the Guru the Buddha of the 3 times for 2 reasons. One reason is that he actually achieved Buddhahood in the past, is presently in other realms, exhibiting actual manifest perfect Buddhahood, as Buddha Shakyamuni did, even though in this realm he appears as a bodhisattva. And he will also demonstrate Buddhahood again in the future. That's what they do. In fact, every Buddha is, in that sense, is going to do it multiple times. The other reason we call the Guru Buddha of the 3 times is because the wisdom that the Guru has achieved is the same wisdom through which all Buddhas of the past achieved Buddhahood, all Buddhas of the present are at this moment doing so, and all Buddhas of the future will do so. Precious Guru, I am stirred by unbearably strong devotion. Unbearably strong devotion means devotion so strong that you can't just sit there and do nothing. You have to pray. You are stirred. You are not neutral. You are not, you can't think of anything else. I pray to you, the one in whom I place all my trust. And this 3rd line is very important because the attitude of devotion is complete and unreserved entrustment. I place myself in your hands without any reservation, without any conditions. It means unconditional trust. It can't be, I trust you as long as you say what I like or act a certain way or so on. It's completely unreserved. Hold me with your compassion and bless my beings. Bless my being. So the first line identifies the object of supplication, the Guru. The second line, I'm stirred by invariably strong devotion, identifies the affect, the feeling. The third line identifies your attitude toward the Guru. And the fourth line is what you're asking for, because it is a supplication. You're asking that he hold you or care for you with compassion and bless you. Then the remaining 6 lines are the receiving empowerment and the dissolution of the visualization. Ala. Ore, yana de rangsana de shaloka de dusum sanje Lama Rinpoche. This akjure. And if you want to accumulate, and if you want to do, something that you repeat during it, within the liturgy itself, it would be those 4 lines. The prayer Buddha of the 3 times, precious Guru, up to bless my being. You could repeat that 3 times or 100 times or 1,000,000 times or whatever you want. Also, Rinpoche suggested if you want to recite a mantra at that point, you can insert the Guru Rinpoche mantra, the regular mantra. It's not in the liturgy, but there's no reason not to do it. And it's also in other similar longer Guruyogas by Terchen Barway Dorje. So it's fine if you want to add that. We'll take questions later. And then, so the visualization concludes with, the Guru's body blazes with the splendor of blessing. He melts in the fire of my devotion. It might be better to say, the Guru's body, comma, blazing with the splendor of blessing, comma, melts in the fire of my devotion, to make it one sentence. I think that's a better rendering of the Tibetan. I can criticize my own thing. So I would suggest if anyone's going to do it in English, because the way Rinpoche explained it, it's more like it's not like the Guru starts to blaze. He always was. So the Guru, blazing with the splendor of blessing, which he was from the beginning, melts in the fire of my devotion. You don't have to imagine any kind of fire or anything. You're not burning the Guru or cooking the Guru. It's metaphoric. It's the fire of your love for the Guru, your devotion, your love. And that causes the Guru's apparently solid form, it's not really solid, but it looked solid, to melt and become Vajra Amrita water. Becoming Vajra Amrita water, he fills my body. Now, in most practices, if a deity dissolves into you, they melt into light. Here, the image of luminous Amrita water, so the water of empowerment, is used so that to strengthen the feeling of actually receiving the 4 empowerments. And you receive them in all at once. It's called Jaltap Chiluk, or the complete empowerment of royal enthronement, all in one. It's when it's all, because when the Guru turns into Vajra Amrita water and dissolves into you, that's not just his body. It's his body, his speech, his mind, and his wisdom. All 4 Vajras, the body Vajra, speech Vajra, mind Vajra, and wisdom Vajra. So therefore, all of him dissolves into you in the form of this water. You receive the 4 empowerments at one moment. Becoming Vajra Amrita water, he fills my body. So you imagine that he becomes this liquid. It's wisdom in the form of water, and it fills your whole body, from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes, all at once. And my 3 gates, stains, and my 2 obscurations are purified. My 3 gates, stains, are the stains that have arisen from wrongdoing of body, speech, and mind. And these are purified because your body, speech, and mind are engulfed by and filled by your guru's body, speech, and mind in the form of Vajra Amrita water. The two obscurations or two veils are the cognitive obscuration, the cognitive veil, which is what prevents a Buddhahood, and the emotional obscuration, the emotional veil, which is what prevents mere liberation from samsara. I received the four empowerments, the vase empowerment of body, the secret empowerment of speech, the knowledge-wisdom empowerment of mind, and the precious word empowerment of wisdom. And then you make the aspiration, may the four bodies be revealed. And so here, it describes the result, the eventual result of the four empowerments, but it turns it into an aspiration, which is more powerful than simply saying the four bodies will be revealed. And the four bodies are the Svabhavika Kaya, or essence body, which is revealed by the precious word empowerment, the Dharmakaya, which is revealed as a result of the knowledge-wisdom empowerment, the Sambhogakaya, which is revealed as a result of the secret empowerment of speech, and the Nirmanakaya, which is revealed as a result of the vase empowerment of body. So that's the liturgy. And then after that, since this Guruyoga is clearly designed as a beginning and basis for meditation, in the small print or the italics in English or something, no, it's just different face font, instruction on meditation is given. View spontaneous awareness within whatever arises. That's exactly the same, Rinpoche said, as what was presented in the songs we went through yesterday. You know, you look at the awareness that is aware of whatever arises. Rest freely, naturally, and freshly without alteration. If the hopeful thought, this is it, or the interfering thought, this is not it, arise, rest within what thinks them. So when you're disturbed by any thoughts, such as thoughts of hope and fear, don't look at what was thinking, that which thought them. And then devotion alone is profound correction and improvement. We always worry about correcting defects in our meditation. We wonder, am I on the wrong track? Have I taken a wrong turn somewhere? And we're always looking to speed up our progress. We're looking for improvement and signs of improvement. The point here is devotion alone is the solution to both those. Devotion alone will correct whatever's wrong with your meditation and will bring progress. This was written by Barway Dorje at the behest of a worthy devoted disciple, the Yogin Karma Wangjal. May it be meaningful. And now Rinpoche will give the reading transmission.
Yo so gura boda dhamma sangaya namo samna jabsor samla jabsor semjo yin zone yima yume lu je yan lan choge sere singde chuje nyinda tebe de shi jawa gonde lama ne tano de jin babe do je so namba lo jo do go Perman Jodo Dren de Don Simbe Jiring was a Ju Lama Ye Don Lama Lun de Bedanye Do Yen Chancham and Jazera Wupon Trebe Long Nang Nanton Chunda Tabra Sang Sato Sanye Lama Rombo Chesame Mugu Tabu Jugone Lotte Jeshonye Doso Wande Tuye Sona the Ju Change Love Chanab Zijin Barbe Lame Gomugu Me Sho Do Ji Dozi Chu Lukan Gosam Tama Demya Ta Wanje Sojen Kuje Ngon Chura Sho Kan Shara Shungyom sa tawa majo sama ransara jogere ya impara te so membe sande so chona te yen kembo te to kimi kiksel pondo mugu kona saba tedra kande lobo mogu jen nan yoro kama wanjira toge tan babe doje teba tenden joro sonam de ye tamje zebanye tamne nyebe danam pon
Chega na je bala droma.
sepen solen dowa dowa ra sho gewan de ye
Jewo sunam yeshe sozo de
sonam
sunam
yeshe
yeshe lejong.
tamba konye tamba ra sho.
Da konsa di kwala jewa jena.
Okay, yeah.
So if there anyone wants to ask any questions, because I know Kathy, you had one and you're leaving at lunch, so.
Thank you. For the mantra to insert, do we do it before those 4 lines or at the end of those 4 lines?
Chidon zina de gijela re, so the gijela ngak dana jigarawa.
Wanglen mazo kon.
Wanglen mazogong.
Wanglen mazo kon go.
Yeah. No, it's, it would be after the 4-line supplication and before the empowerment. So after bless my being and before the Guru's body blazing with the splendor of blessing.
And then which mantra? The name mantra or the one from the daily practice?
The Rinpoche the Benzo Gororong song. Benzo Gororong.
저랑 가래 가는 너.
Chepamendo.
제발.
Either one. Rinpoche initially suggested the Guru Rinpoche mantra, the 12 syllable, because it's shorter and it's easier. But either because you're visualizing Barway Dorje as Guru Rinpoche, so you can recite either the Guru Rinpoche mantra or the Barway Dorje name mantra. They're both Guru name mantras.
Okay.
The same type of mantra.
Okay. Thank you.
Yana nika dana mantra pa yo mantra.
Yes.
Is this a general Q&A or specifically about? Is this a general Q&A or specifically about this?
Well, if we run out of questions about the Guruyoga, then that's fine, but I wanted to make sure that there were time for people who were leaving at lunch to ask about the Guruyoga. So if there are no other questions about the Guruyoga.
I actually had a question triggered by a line here.
Okay.
About compassion.
Sure.
I certainly understand and completely agree with the idea that if we do something and there's no compassion underneath it, it's pointless at best. I know for myself that sometimes I will do something because intellectually I know it's the right thing to do. And I wish at that moment I felt, genuine compassion, but I'm exhausted, I'm pissed off at the person, I'm feeling anything else other than compassion. And there's a voice underneath me saying, but you got to do this because it's the right thing to do. And underneath it all, I may have the aspiration, I hope I feel more noble later, I will fake it till I make it, I will do the right thing, but I acknowledge that right now, I'm not, I'm not feeling, is that good enough? Even in practice, is that good enough?
They are ninjere. But data ke lamsang de morang buju ke koyan sare. Control control long way kasayang de korang la pen tapa ke suzogo dos. Kechik dela ninja ke tsawa yomare. Control ke tsawa mato. The tsawa ke konlong de ninjere. De degere. No, that is compassion.
Okay.
That's fine. It means your fundamental motivation. It's not just how you're feeling at the moment.
Okay.
It's why you're doing it.
Okay.
And the reason in the example you gave, the reason you're doing it is not that you're angry. You happen to be angry.
Right.
But the reason you're doing it is because of the compassion that underlies your anger.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right.
Ninja think at the pen big simple
Yeah.
Bena ta Pama thinking take a pugula Tewachimbo. Pembig, some Teran Yogi orders. And I tell Koran Pujuk Mel to that Zoina. Puju Chonyonte, Sam to hear your master, Mel Tugalis. Nyenge, Chonantella Toga, Lamna. They want to talk about don't take it. They've done nothing with us. That they'll talk to the matter to Embodiment and the son Tamba and I'm good of us. Some Mago younger at the one egg, hinging Sam the Terrimato, Shata, Shalanga told you asking at the Maristan. That tender one Koran hinging one egg in butter. You call out there was in the Mambo young yard.
Real compassion is not necessarily gooey. It's the sincere desire to help another person. And, you know, Rinpoche used the example of parenting. When you're a parent, when you're dealing with your child or children, your underlying concern is for their welfare, their well-being. That's why you do things. But when one of your children is so young that they don't know not to touch fire, and if they're about to stick their hand into fire, you don't get gooey. You don't say, oh, how cute, look, he's about to stick his hand in the fire. Go ahead, dear. You don't do that. You know, you grab them and you do whatever you have to do to physically prevent that. Now, the way response works in that situation is at that moment, you're not thinking gooey thoughts. It's almost like being angry. You're not actually angry at the child, but you're angry at the situation because otherwise you won't respond quickly enough. So you grab the child and you prevent them because you can't just tell them, dear, don't touch that fire. It's not good for you. It's just not going to do the job. So, but that's not uncompassionate. What would be uncompassionate would be to say, oh, look at you, how cute. Please stick your hand into that fire. Doesn't that feel terrible? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That would be uncompassionate. And a lot of the time we screw up by confusing, Rinpoche said, real compassion and gooey fake compassion.
I do have another quick practice question, and knowing that Kathy and
Sure.
others have to leave. And so, again, it's something that popped into the head while we're doing this, and the phrase was water moon. And I was also thinking that something I had heard about one of our fellow Sangha members who has been very sick and had been in a coma, and I heard that Rinpoche told her, I am with you here or there. I am with you always. And I know that this disciple is highly, highly devoted. So what popped into the head is like I was looking here and looking at Rinpoche and thinking of that image of though even though we're solid, we're like little waves popping up from the ground. But whether I rest here or I leave, my consciousness leaves, if I have awareness that my mind, Rinpoche's mind, all our minds are like ocean, and I just need to have the faith, you know, to go, I don't know, to the warm spot in the ocean or whatever, to the light spot. Is this like a metaphor that may lead me wrong? Or to just, when it's my time, just leave this body and have faith?
A
and
warm
have faith
spot
that
in the
I will-
ocean usually means somebody
Don't
peed.
say that. Don't say that. I know you were going to go there.
Hey,
Okay, stop.
you know, I mean, you knew when you said that.
As soon as you
with
smiled,
me sitting here,
as soon
you
as
knew
smiled, I
there was
said,
not
oh,
going to.
geez, there's no taking it back. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Yeshe. Okay.
So you want to know if the analogy of a continuous expanse of water is a useful or a confusing.
In practice, right. Whether it's in practice and relaxing everything and having faith that whatever I relax
Okay.
into, you know.
Pena de en mo yuring de koma jondo. De kaso morong ke ngama Rinpoche ke shashe nangwa ra da morong ke tsonang la ngane takpa shuya ke nyamnyam jong song se. De la samlotana lama la nyering yosa mares. Mugo yona Da mo palche the chikpo de la mugu yopadas, degita na la morong ke koma la yona ya Rinpoche yopa ke zonang Johnson sekta. Adela sono tongsola pena lama ge pela Gyamtso Chenpo chi sha. De nga kasa ka yopa ke Gyamtso Chenpo ke pe chi sha na de pe yopore pe dopore kanare. Pe de dapore pe.
Te kanupa.
Just the patada de choropa ke kelempa ke ganza chik mayampa ke ganza sama ke tumong ke da Chenpo dawo chiki. So
Chitange ta lama te tang rang sem ye me para deva sen ta de la lam na ju kran na song do wan ke capsula te ta bu ke de he chi na na de ge ma to ja so chembo ta bu de ko ya ki dam do.
maybe the ocean isn't the best analogy. A better analogy would be what's contained in this Guruyoga, where the Guru becomes a water that mixes with you.
Ka che te ya ge.
That's a better, it's closer to the way it works.
Okay. So, for example, hopefully I'll have that sense, that awareness, you know, as my moment approaches in death, that I'll have a moment. So to visualize the Guru just pouring down into me would be a useful, you know, obviously here in meditation, but at my moment of death, to visualize the Guru, because I thought, you know, we dissolve it into the heart center. But if I'm like in a car accident or whatever, I see something coming at me, I got a few seconds to recollect something. My most perfect image would be.
That's sanyi shiwe kapsa di rangomna de pento grepes, de pento yakshura
Pen den de togre. Pen den de togre tang sa ja kyo go no.
Lasa.
Sa ja ka re kyo go no se na ning ji tanda eng ke ja te ko la. Tene che dang mra semba number ta wala tene. Tene ko ra nga tla yo ban da bu de ke chwa ri. De ke chwa ri ta te ngone tane ke yo ma si ba ma ri. Kare sena pena Kunzang lam shalung na song yo ba te pa yo na cheso la ring chen tong se te indo ka sa ngone tan kanza so la te pa yo na ya cheso la ring chen tong yo ri te kan de sena cheso ge ne ba ma ri stan te pe ge ne ba te ten tong yo ri mo na ge do she la ta tam pe te she go ya ma do sam me Kunzang lam shalung te jo sa wa ha ko te yo ri cheso la ten na maris morang tepa la khare sam yo se na po ke nga le chak ne she gre sam be kun she yo maris sa po de ke ngone thane jaga la song tare na sanje ke sem che nga na ten de tham do sam be kun she yo ri ti ken do she te ke tene khora sanje te khora chap sun do ke yo ri chepa pa pa ri toje man chepa pa pa chnam yo ri te indo capsula mona che la sanje mos che sem do che ya yo capsula tene ngone chnap te mos la thau yo ma ri te ke loju de ma bo yo de ma te ke ro ma ri penna sanje chom den de la tene so ata yo ba capsula na hyogge tene te ke chnap te so la hyog ni sanje ke ro don thenen da do tobari sen tende ke loju ma bo yo ri ta logic pe ringboard take ta then chnam yo mas mamares ina ya ngala ta ko yo se ne la menda se te ya tanda ni yewa te ma chen ya ma pa te sen de mando
Then checkbo de ming lapna ga jere ming malapna. Malapna de the what? Well, yeah, that would help. But I want to clarify something about the case that you were describing, the student who was in the coma for a long time. She, while she was in a coma, she experienced me as present with her all the time. But this is not because of anything special on my part. This is because of her faith. and is an example of how powerful faith is. The saying that we use to describe the power of faith, irrespective of the qualities of the object of faith, is even a dog's tooth can produce miraculous relics if there is sufficient faith in it. I don't need to tell the story in detail because it's in the words of my perfect teacher, which most of you have read and is available in English. But basically, in that story, an elderly woman whose son went to India on a business asked him to bring back a relic of the Buddha. And he, having forgotten to do so, he found a dog's tooth in a dog's skull on the side of the road, and he wrapped it up in silk and gave it to his mother. Now, the point of the story is that she never doubted. Because she knew her son had gone to India, she saw no reason to imagine that he would lie to her and give her a dog's tooth and pass it off as one of the Buddha's canine teeth or incisors. But that's what he did. But because she believed in it, then the tooth started to produce shariram and other miraculous relics. And there are many, many accounts of this kind of thing happening. So the person of whom we're speaking experienced, she did experience, but it's not because I'm anything special. It's because her faith was that great. There have been many cases of this where there are long stories in which someone would pray to the Buddha, and through the Buddha's blessing, that person would become temporarily able to act like the Buddha, because through the power of their faith.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
God.
You mentioned that the visualization that we're holding, the specific Guruyoga, that he is in a rupa that's in the library next door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there's any other depiction that we can use for the visual. Is there a picture or online or somewhere?
Yeah,
in the
there's
books?
all over the place. Any image of the 8 forms of Guru Rinpoche will include, if you look at, there's one who's blue and has a white consort and is holding a Vajra and bell. That's the one.
Okay. So I can probably surf around online and find one.
Yeah, or the image that we have here of the,
Is there? Okay.
with the 8 forms of the Guru that
Okay.
they have in the bookstore here.
Okay.
It's little, but you can see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Ngondo get dep na na yomari. Guru tsenje mendo. Ngondo get dep na na mendo. Log so kar daw chindo.
Rinpoche, a few questions from people watching the webcast. Actually, several people are asking if this sadhana will be available in Tibetan as a pecha.
Well, I translate. Oh no, it's you. That's right. That's right. Sorry, because I translated it already. So it would be just a question of there's somebody who does that. They transcribe things and then they put the Tibetan and the English and the transliteration together. Now who is that? Who does that here? So you should ask Debbie.
Okay, thank you. But if I'm asking, okay, that's the answer to that one. Then there's another question. Someone's asking if hearing the lung over the webcast, is that considered a
Does that
real
count?
transmission?
That negap dixandos.
Yeah.
Mount Pala took the gaps and Alan Nang long day.
For the time being, yes, it's enough. But in the future, if they have the opportunity to receive it from me in person, they should do so.
Okay. And then one more question.
Lama Tata Chona.
Or Lama Tato.
Yeah. Check Nang him.
Me, send you.
check nang
Nge long
check pep out nang dito.
Digito in a yegi gogito. Yeah, from Lama Tatop or me.
Yeah.
I mean, me in this case. When I said me before, it meant Rinpoche, but he also, if I go on my own to the affiliates, I can do it too. I just have to bring them. Didn't on the Injike Matot, but Bugimindo, Bugimindo. Didn't Longjun Killingamendo.
Okay, and then there's a question, are we to visualize Rinpoche as Guru Rinpoche, or is it better to visualize in the Sambhogakaya form with fangs and a friend?
That's the
As Pemakara.
that is Guru
Okay.
Rinpoche. That's the form in this. De ngontot
That's the
kari
question.
apa de rangom na gajene.
Samboka from
Songa
Yabondo,
yeah.
so you about the Gawando.
He says visualize him in that form because he wants fangs. So he says he liked that. It doesn't always shown with fangs. I mean, sometimes the Uddiyana Vajradhara does not have fangs, but I just noticed that the one in the library, which I like for that, has nice little ones, just a little bit.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Thank you, Rinpoche. What do the fangs mean? Do they represent anything? The fangs?
The chewa shi the dishi du number shi do get ta song the wa mong
So Jaya.
so jaya. That it likes to bite things. No, the slightly elongated canines represent the conquest overcoming the four maras.
Thank you.
Slavic, Chedak,
The four maras are death, which is mara. I mean, the mara literally means death. But then Skanda Mara, Klesha Mara, and Devaputra Mara. Skanda Mara is the aggregates. Klesha Mara is the kleshas. And Devaputra Mara is explained either as our addiction to pleasure, or externally it can also be the Mara who attempted to dissuade the Buddha from achieving enlightenment, which is the Shentra Wangje is the top god of the desire realm, the ruler of the realm called mastery of others' emanations.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
You're welcome. Yes.
Thank you, Rinpoche. I maybe Rinpoche could comment if any comment is necessary. Sometimes when I'm trying to cultivate devotion, I feel myself as an obstacle to that, and it happens naturally. I have the sensation of stepping backwards and having a space open, and then Rinpoche comes into that space, and then the obstacle is gone. Is that?
So it's like you step out of your body?
No, well,
I mean, in image, I'm not, yeah.
It's really spatial. It's
Okay.
a very, I mean, it's.
So you're asking if that's okay?
If it's okay, I'm not projecting this.
Right.
I have just noticed many times that there is a sensation of a withdrawal on the part of myself.
But then devotion follows it.
Devotion follows, but there's also that withdrawal.
But the withdrawal does not obstruct the devotion.
That's what I'm saying is that it's almost as if like Rinpoche fills that space then.
The nyamnyong keshare, the kongi nyamnyong la mugu shama jongwa ke bache the morange de dagzin de sawa la dampo de dagzin de la tes morong loksuzo. Then japne tes dea. Then Rinpoche ke nawa de dagzin ke nawa ke tsap yongeres. Then mugu shagi yoris. They figured it.
Tate Pache Texas,
No, sir.
Reto, Jasingete, Kona Tawanda.
No, sir.
Reto, Jal Matawayina.
Mhm.
Tene Kora Yanda, Neluten, Tong, Kona Tix, Kalaka Bonda Yore. Kora Jek, Tong Jung Samba, Teyang, Revaris. Te Sachi Chinten Che Goya, te Sachi Toparis, Ao, Nyatana Yante Sachi. Content yona some same thing ni take such a tack on a Madamasona Tapas Paji Masabanda was. Tell him those capsules, the dog jazz and Tatter song on it. And the dog jazzing it. Tawanda was ready on it. That tell a talk over your days. Tell a talk go to correct over yours and Tanyaman and Neton with the go your days. As there was a talk by Nika Kaya map a tone, then Sunday day. Kora said that them by the Zuna, the Chenab Grangi, Jungi or the Mato Cheke, dancing Chana Chenam Ju to Kalekapon of your days.
The
Rado Jana Gonta.
yes. The problem here is hope and fear. Hope and fear and all of our expectations are like a net in which we catch ourselves. And the experience you describe, the sense of after stepping back, then Rinpoche fills the space. That's hope, because you're clinging to that experience of Rinpoche filling the space. The needing to step back is fear. It's the fear that Rinpoche won't fill the space, or that there won't be space for Rinpoche to fill. So these both aspects of the experience you're describing indicate, he said that you're so far unable to cut the cords of the net of hope and fear. The way to do so is by cultivating equanimity, being impartial toward whether Rinpoche fills the space or not having hope and fear. And if you pray with impartiality, blessings will naturally arise. So this will be the last question.
Again?
Well, we established yesterday that you're the center of the universe, so.
Thank you again. I feel we're really lucky. This is like 2 Guru Yogas in 2 sessions, so that's pretty awesome. But so at the end of the teaching, there was a comment that devotion corrects all faults in meditation. And my question is that, if I do Guru Yoga every day and try to increase devotion, it'll naturally fix problems in my meditation, or is it, I'm doing Guru Yoga or another practice, and I dissolve at the end, and I'm meditating, and I notice I'm being distracted or something like that. Is it a more immediate antidote in terms of actual meditation practice? Can I generate? Is it a little bit of both, or?
That the yiktung na sombares mugu de gexel dong bogdong tatuk bares sonso. Mugu gexel sena perna dela gotsu ni yore. Namba chikjena dujundu mugu gang tutu chake nana gek dong gosa mayonwa ke dong da chik dong. Yang so la de gom yopoma jomai kaso lamsang mugu chane lama la sowatapna lamsang pengere pete gotsu ni yores. Chikjene de jundu mugu chawa ke puk la pengatang chikjene lamsang pengate gotsu kango kuto nikare pe nikare. It's both. It's both.
Pena tu jondo yo jabayena ngone thane kita kona rangi ngi chute kona tsori jondo la sembela ne toba chena tsori jondo ne toba pengi yodi tene ta nyamne zo debe kapsula ta semna ta manne pata tene damada debe kapsula mixe ke tene kona lama jambon da woda sondem da won dambe ke lokso yodi Mese Kona Hubaka, so you are the Hubak Kapsalat, Pachet and Sesta, but any penguins.
It's definitely both. In the first sense, it works because somebody whose devotion is continuous will naturally, as a result, have good meditation corresponding to their degree of devotion. So on an ongoing basis, their devotion is a sort of autocorrect of the meditation. But also, at times, specific times when we find we're unable to rest our minds, it's highly recommended to practice a devotional exercise such as crying to the Gurus from afar or some other prayer to the Guru, and that will correct whatever is obstructing our meditation at that time. So it's both. Lasso, that goes.
Okay. Sonam ye tam je zerbanye tam ne nyebe ranam panzen chega nan che balan chobaye sebera sonen rowa joy gewan de jewo Sanam Yeshe Sozoid Sana Yeshe Nezon Tamba Kenyi Tobar Joy Sanjoy Sane Rinpoche Maje Banai Jejere Jeba Nyamba Meba Koni Konda Bawar Yoy Semje Tamje Dedai Dijere Yinroy Tamje Tade Tongbar Yo Sanja Sambai Kanda Sarjo Pa Teda Kunje Molan Bar Yoy Sanje Thank you. Thank you.
la karame ji ba la lo ju je sa da je yan de ra do ne dorje jang gong ba nya do ju
dan che gen ne lo man ro wa che gen zin ne chen be Yeshe ro so ye la gong ge ba de wa dik be do je xiao lan ge chan sa ra ban den sa ve Lama Rinpoche da ge che wo ro ben de den yuan ka den chen be go ne je zong de ko song thok ye ngo do sa do so dini koncho ta su jawa tere mdo te
Oh, read it.
No.
Read it. I don't know if you did it.
koncho sa sum jawa tamje je chanami he che de choji ye tang dong de Gyamtso Dorje so wan de so chotung mo de so ta tarik kapsula ngana to mang chehyon da bote kanza so se ge sono chhyube ge sonde da bot chanya mang chehyo re den do then the kapsula ta ya sonde pik la koncho sasum jawa tamje je ta koncho sum da sawa sum jawa tamje je Chana Yeshe tamje jik de depa tene choji je Tanong de Gyamtso Dorje la tene so ande son chotu ngodup so sta teta so ata patang Lama kundu gurupe manjong yedong kundu pancho jene se choku kundu chuchong kundu dorje popo la tuku yedam tenan de chirke sta Lama tamje den debeke danyete gurupe manjong neres yedam tamje den debe danyete pancho jene se chuchong kundu dorje popo la stande Jatang ge ta tanda nganzon rabo chin na ta doji popate katu yin na ya ta soken gola teni ta song de gindo ta teki konan te chala domdo tu kasu chujung kun doji popa songandas Jatang ge ta konan doji popate yidam kana na jagdwa
Yiram la shaki ore yirang de chutong kunje lana mepa tawo. Da don la ngone de ngotso ke tsawa sum seneng pensun galda mayen ba na kashe ke gombo bena chen yiram de tamba no.
yani ha ta tan da yidam da chujung kala chan yaw me panda bari de
Let it.
chochong kon de dorje popola tu kun ye lanten na de chirge ta te ta botella tu kondo sosu ke yetam da bochde nyamnen da bo na ne pa ma chi panda bochde na tan de chima samche la ke wari nam ku yempen se ba yezon ne rigdan pa yo somal macho pa sta namba kondo la yang ke checho che kare ren sen na kare ren sen na yempen de pa de hirane je kalchen bore pen na ta na so kadam be ke shin ta yang sen teng mundo je ge song ne ta nge ka se je ge tene sanje ge song be ke chö ji khal che ba
They
ya
are long retong pare.
네. chöji khal ba yinaya teni kedan kanser gewa dan kedan jaga yons to ba tamje te teni semye tamje la te ya tan jon dan ponka yons to ba tamje te ta rang la ya te ta te song dos song a te ta de la teni inde te ta de song yong de te namba kon de la ta yin la Pemba de Jute, then Yesoma de Kani Yamasip Kalchen Body, someone does. Rigdang Payo. Soma macho pas tan de tanji kondu hu yabata to de that song can take in. Maying thunder chasing, tantik tanks. Tate double mine but thunder chabata, they told the la tantik tang love them and making devil double song as tang. Chome kona yondo somebody jovos, Takora. Pema sepa ke men tombo che ina yanda shendo ne je mawe ke kanza che ina yanda chomi kona tatu yondo la kona tomba na ya tishida ke karchen bode kolna samza molam hoa cha ta te yonso semye tomje la kona samba zambu ke kone te tomje la pemba ta dewa Nekap lam jope kapsina ya sere wata ne mepa tato la ya ta deb lam la na mepa tapa te tabu ke samba zambo saya tang te tabu tamke ke yome ke tene hoa cha ju te hirak karchen bore te tara pomo mane bata tang koncho chuzang dumo che ngo sta te tadola pomo mane bata shunge to wona wati mala Concho chosen Domo said the continent Dubating for me, Mambotia, you saw
Dumbo the Konyige, Musu Showa, so the Konyige, Shune, the Aja, Chun Yamsulan can somehow la Pentopag Mengachigo Shwata.
Domo Jane or Barbie Dorje gave a sailor teeth. That's
So continuing from where we left off yesterday afternoon, we now come to a song, the song on page 98. And this song is a combination of prayer and instruction. We can infer from its contents that the two women who requested that it be written asked for a single stanza of prayer to Barway Dorje, and then a couple, the following lines of instruction. The first two lines, the order is different in English and Tibetan because of the structure of the languages. Personification of the blessings and wisdom of the three jewels, three roots, and all victors. So this is the declaration at the beginning of the stanza of prayer that one's guru is the embodiment or personification in a single person of both the blessings and wisdom of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the three jewels, the gurus, yidams, and dakinis, the three roots, and all victors, all Buddhas. Then in the third line, he is identified by name, Dharma Lord Trokdung Terchen Barway Dorje. So the Dharma Lord, and Trokdung here is part of his name, so we left it in Tibetan. Earlier, I don't know why, I decided it was an adjective, and so I translated it back into Sanskrit, but either way, in the other song. And then in the fourth line, you say, I pray to you, bestow the supreme and common siddhis. So the fourth line is the actual request or supplication. You request that your guru bestow the supreme and common attainments. The next stanza is advice on what to emphasize in formal practice. Now this is clearly based upon the inclinations, or reflects the inclinations and practices performed by the women who requested it. It says, all gurus are embodied in Guru Padmakara. Padmakara here refers to Guru Rinpoche in general, not to any specific form. It simply means that Guru Rinpoche is the embodiment of all gurus. So meditation on him is meditation on all gurus. All yidams are embodied in Arya Avalokita. all yidams are embodied in or contained within the supreme Arya Bodhisattva Chenrezig. So by meditating upon Chenrezig, you are meditating upon all yidams. All Dharmapalas are embodied in Vajrakila. Vajrakila is generally, we consider him a yidam when we classify deities as one or another of the three roots. However, he also serves as a Dharmapala, for example, which is why we do the Vajrakila sadhana at the beginning of any session of the Sulka in the evening, or the protector practices. So he says, if you always keep them as yidams, there will be virtue now and later. If you maintain the practice as personal deities of meditation or yidams of Guru Rinpoche, Chenrezig, and Vajrakila Dorje Purba, then this will bring immediate and future benefit, because the combination of such practices is, for the reasons stated, all-inclusive. The next part gives general advice about the essence, rather than the form or specific content of practice, the essence of practice. The first line says, based on always acting for others' good. The starting point, the basis for all Dharma practice, must be a concern for the well-being of others. So whatever we do, we must do for the good of others. So whatever practice we do, formal or otherwise, must be motivated by the wish to be of benefit to others. For example, Geshe Longde Tongpa, one of the early Kadampa masters, once said, I have studied the Buddha's teachings exhaustively, but I have seen no more in them, or nothing more profound in them, than just this: give all profit and victory to others, accept all loss and defeat for oneself. So we understand that the necessary starting point, indeed the framework of all of our practice, has to be cherishing others and directing our practice to the benefit of others. Within that context, he continues, be diligently undistracted from the gleam of awareness, fresh, unaltered mindfulness. And this refers to what was described in more detail in the songs we looked at yesterday, the actual practice of meditation in which you remain just present, just aware of the mind itself. Next, with regard to post-meditation, so he's covered motivation and meditation, and now post-meditation. Guard your samaya and vows like your eyes. We should protect whatever commitments we have made or undertaken as carefully as we protect our own eyes. Always behave harmoniously toward all, high and low. The point of this line is especially be nice to everyone. Don't just be nice to the people that you have to be nice to because they occupy a higher position than you, and you depend upon their favor. Be nice to people you don't need. Don't just be nice to the people who serve your interests or needs. Be nice to everyone, regardless of whether they are socially or professionally above you or below you. Make benevolent aspirations and dedications for all. And as always, we must frequently, and especially at the conclusion of every practice, make benevolent aspirations, aspirations that are devoted to the greater well-being and final awakening of all beings, and dedicate our merit and our practice to that end. And then the colophon, at the request of the women Manibhadra and Kuncho Chuzong, this was written by Barway Dorje on a good day or a virtuous day for all women of accomplishment. Women of accomplishment means women who practice, but the word practice implies being in a process of accomplishment. So women who are in the process of gaining accomplishment. That inasha. Yang chiksong gimbe. All chiksong.
Sabe Lama Sanje Kundu Pal to some Sanje Penyong Togi se Terchen Barway Dorje Terchen Ling so on there's a choosing order so Lama Randik Yemi Samande human Rangyong Sami Buguje Dorje Changchin Rangya Yeshe ne Terchen Debo Sanjan Dobar Show take it Pomo what Wakil no what
Devadaki.
Devadaki la Barway Dorje Yutamine ne Stata Lama Sanje Tamje de Dupik Dani to some Sanje Tapeman Jone Togi set up. Terchen Barway Dorje Dunduling Tantan, so on there's a children order of thought that they are handy. Lama Rani Yemi Samande, that Lama Tang Rang Sim Ye Mepa Sem Sama taking all Juma Main Pass, that Juma Sena Zobjo Dan Yawatri. Zobjo Dan Tanding Sem Juma Yin, Tandela Ripati go, Samanda was in it, Tesim. Ngone kitene kona yanta pateri to yamade teta bijuma maimpa ta rangi ge sem kare nelo kare yimbatela ranjo zome pingani ten muguje dojin changje ranja yarhine sejin debo sanjen dobarho sta sejilan debo ten dojin changje te tabuke rang seng nelwam dojin changje ga ranga te taban yarheba ina ten sejik la debo sanje compound dob tokuri ta te taban dobarho senam hana yimbal tege ta poma dewa dake la Barway Dorje yusumi ne dala jangi
Lare.
tuwa tin nango
Rere. Ditsane. So the next song on page 99, which we've named after its first line, Glorious Embodiment of All Buddhas, is a supplication of 2 stanzas of 4 lines addressed to Barway Dorje, written by Barway Dorje at the request of a disciple, a woman named Devadaki, that clearly reflects her concern for a prayer to him in which the words of the prayer remind her of the link between devotion and realization of the mind's nature. The first stanza is essentially a prayer. Root Guru, glorious embodiment of all Buddhas, heart son of Padmakara, the Buddha of the 3 times. So here, Buddha of the 3 times refers to Guru Rinpoche. So he is the heart son of Guru Rinpoche. And then in the 3rd line, he's identified by 2 of his names, Terchen Barway Dorje and Dudun Lingpa, which are both short forms of 2 of his various names. I pray to you, bestow the supreme and common siddhis. So that is essentially, in the first line, you refer to him as your root guru and that he is the embodiment of all Buddhas. In the second line, you remind yourself of his relationship to Guru Rinpoche. In the 3rd line, you name him. And in the 4th line, you ask for what you want, which is, again, as in the previous case, supreme and common attainments. The second stanza, the second 4 lines, are also a prayer, but in the prayer, you describe the nature of the path of unified devotion and awareness. In this freshness, the Guru and self-awareness are indivisible. Freshness, as we saw yesterday, is the state in which your mind is aware of itself in the present moment. It's fresh as opposed to stale because it is not conceptual and it is not especially thinking about the past or speculating about the future. In that freshness, when your mind recognizes its own nature, that self-awareness that recognizes itself is indivisible from the mind of the Guru. So, as was explained yesterday, the actual way to mix the mind of the Guru and your own mind is through the practice of this type of self-awareness. But this requires devotion. So therefore, the next lines say, knowing how to see the face of Mahavajradhara, great Vajradhara, through unaltered self-arisen devotion. So knowing that, the only way I can see this, the face of great Vajradhara means the Guru and self-awareness indivisible. And knowing that the only way to see that face is through unaltered self-arisen devotion. Unaltered, Rinpoche said, means uncontrived. It's not devotion that you're telling yourself you should feel. You're not thinking about the Guru because you've heard that it's good to do so or you should do it. So it's devotion that does not come from the thought, I should. Self-arisen means you're not trying to crank it up. It's just how you feel. It's a natural appreciation coming from what you receive from your Guru. So knowing how to see the face of Mahavajradhara through unaltered self-arisen devotion, may I accomplish the fruition of Buddhahood in one life. So it's phrased as a prayer, but implicit within it is the instruction that in this freshness, the Guru and self-awareness are indivisible, and that and that one achieves Buddhahood in one life through the path of devotion. And then it concludes with the colophon, this was written in a moment by Barway Dorje for the woman Devadaki. So if you'd like to ask any questions about any of this, please go ahead. Still the center of the universe.
I have a question about the Guruyoga we talked about last time.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the teaching, when it came to the part where you finish reciting the mantra,
Okay.
and I think in the text it says this, you basically said there are different ways to do it depending on whatever your inclination was, and I was just wondering if Rinpoche could clarify a little bit. How to
do what?
When you're done with the mantra and then you go to the prayer at the end, I mean, is there a dissolution involved, or like?
Okay, you're talking about the longer one that Rinpoche taught last time. Riktong doje tolu ge juk de la de zenga de jundu dona pena de zo mepe kapsu yana. Juk de la zenga de don zane de malam drawo yore mato durim mixa kan songumendos. De durim gom goge de kanra gongere.
Kanne subu.
Don't ngaram jume. Ramasheke. Kedonse lama shin dambone rangi ningo so yapake ke gone de dudang ego kosamare go.
Go
Yosamare.
Tam maopala lamali apochus.
Las.
Te gagde.
Rinpoche says he doesn't think any dissolution of the visualization is necessary, since from the start the Guru has been in that case. We're not talking about the Guruyoga this morning, but in that case the Guru is in the center of your heart from the beginning. But he suggests that when Lama Tratop returns, you ask him just to make sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Rinpoche. I would like to substitute Chenrezig in this morning's the teaching you gave this morning for Guru Yoga. Is that appropriate?
What did you say? You would like to what?
Substitute Chenrezig in the practice we learned this morning.
In other words, imagine the Guru as Chenrezig
Yes.
instead of as Vajradhara.
Yes.
Oh, didn't it?
Sure.
Tell a karatan now.
No, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful prayer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you again. In the book that just came out with the lineage of the Baram Kagyu, I was reading it, and one thing struck me as a little interesting. I was always under the assumption that you only had one root guru, and then I think one of them had like a hat that had a bunch of points one for each of his root gurus, and I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah.
So, could Rinpoche maybe
The
discuss that?
chidang so the Zawe Lama semyi ngotroken Zawe Lama chik mato me pare samsong yin tishe re pa ka pa la Zawe Lama kaze yo shi yin
Sawa lama. Sawa lama ngare.
ngare be
Ngare.
la so de kanda re
Sawa lama ngare. Ta to ndawa te kora terin doa. Kain go. Baram thama wanchu.
la so
Ngone gan nelu thogen dol ya. Kone ke sei mo ya ke lan me pe ke ta me chep chaba yan to ndawa te ta. Baram thama wanchu re do. Tela tembe ke go ne ta chi ke kona cancer of the here do ye gonta.
jere be
Ye manwe. Ye de ngare.
ngare
Ngare. Te che de to ndawa te ta te kora sonje de terwa. Tene yenda de ta tanda hyang saba tonde tabani.
ore
Kare hyundo ko. Tene ya ndegone hyundo, dubani hyundo.
ore
Tene pamotobani hyundo kare kula.
na so yin nga reng me
Tanda tende so de kapsula. Rere la kora juba mandawa kora yore.
oh la so
Juba mandawa gita kora nelo so yendo la topa tela. Tene tikita lama so down yondu kasula nga che denje tomin da bote ta che ta tende chen nga chwa de. Ta tela hopskala tana uja te nga che lama nga de mangbo da bote nga na ton de ndo was. Ta ngone chena mabalo te ke songol te wa yena ya tene. Kora lama jaza yo sen son do was. Tan denje tomi te tene kora naro pa da things meta pa da.
dan de ni na ne na ro pa ta
Ta tene
pu tu na chi la to
po to na ta je la to re. Te kora ganga tene re.
Well, in the case of such people, they usually have more than one teacher, and they will often treasure them as a few of their teachers, their most significant teachers, as root gurus. Although there will always be one who is primary in transmitting the ultimate realization to them. So in the case of Milarepa, he had 5. Is it 5 root
It
gurus?
was 5 or 7.
Yeah,
think it's right.
and so I guess his hat, I don't remember, I translated this a long time ago. So his hat had those points. And one of the points, the highest point, represented his primary root guru, who was Parom Tama Wangchu. And the other 4 represent Lama Shangtselpa and his other 3 gurus, maybe Pamodrupa and Drikung Chopa or some, anyway, other great early Kadru masters. And the reason why he treasured them all as root gurus was because they held and founded distinct lines of the lineage of Lord Gampopa. And so as he upheld these, then he treasured them all. But his principal root guru, when push comes to shove, was Tama Wangchuk. In the same way, if Lord Marpa had more than 100 teachers in India, and we can infer from his songs that he considered them all his gurus, but among them supreme were two, Naropa and Maitripa, and among them we would say when push comes to shove, his real final root guru was Naropa. And so Rinpoche said it's usually this way with great masters. They have many gurus, they venerate and revere all of them, but there will be one who is from whom they received the ultimate transmission.
Ta de pege kapsana tan do tan da wo chin na ten ten tere pe na jebo tamba cho to choba tan do yana ya re kanza so se jewo yana ya re ta cho re me pege to ne tene ta jewo tamba choro manda wa yon se za ba tham je tela te ba ta mo go so ne tene cho te chore mepa le jang go so yo re te one thane ge jang go be jum sen da bo khare de sen na so la tene deba yo be ke lama so la jewa ngam ge len tho de den be ge jewo tamba ina ya ro kaza so si jewo lama ina ya ro kala yo da kala me ngime da bo re ta tren kha tu so la ko na Lama chik da lama chik se kong khen da bo mangbo chi regen da was te ma to chik da chik zewa ina ta ngana son zambuling da la kora mandik ni kagan dong khen mangbo da was ta ten da bo re ngone te kora nye jab da bo ten de kanya ma ro is ngone thane ke te pa da thamsik ke lam ni ndo ne tene te pa da mo gu so la che lama khange kora chö te song du la so la sem ne yo wa se ngone trane kita chö la te pa hyo khande chi chong song ma song te la kora zo wan da bo te zo ne ten ta so la ngone ta nge lama de ga sam ji te ma yin te ke na ne ta lama nda la kora ka din che sa ji ta ngala me sam ba te ta kora so te ta lama zo ten kora sa ta ko lama ja yo na sem ta ko lama chik sen pe leng de sa topic lama ja samba temba yana yang ngone tane ke so la sem ne lo so gen don trken lama te kanza so se ki lama chi yo ba yana ngone tane ta te ta lama re ten ju lo ka me wa re tende che den drop ke lo son da wo te ta ngone tane ke ta che pa tam pa ba chi ta pho kan che ki jong na yo ba re te la ten ta pe na chen kon cho sum da wo do da wo remake ki che wo tamba Mambo pele chonyo ware, te tang kero mare. Chonyo ware tena ya, tene katang tiso la, tene remi se yondu kapsa la, topa godo ku yawanda wachiga samla tangi do, topa chega nana pe, ngopse ganga lo ku yawanda wachiga remi samla do tangi do. Tende yaw mare, pena jangon kontra da wachiga, ngone ta kansan kaju ke, tembe ke dabu nane to chire te rete ina ya ta to sasu ki nyamni te yimba yana ya tene te ke to la ris mepe ke tene chujo chamje nyamni nane te kanga ke nelong da bo sar yenda gone tene kora wanlong te sum na juba song tong ke lama re ma to che ke ten ta thopa to gu den do tene kaya ma re ta te yendo len chen sen da bo ina ya ta kora sa jang ma re 사지 제부 좀바 초도 줘봐래 yin yendola 사지 냠네 나 yendola tene 가지 냠마 사지 게로 리메게 다 쳐로 용도 냠네 나네 tene te tende chene pena koran rodon 좀 완노 테스노 가나이나 나 통게 tende 다 보지리 단 초jo 링바인 다 보지나 tende 단 데베게 값을 티선나 mambo 페용하데 다 단다 Mambo Pebble Ravai, Stan Yango Contrada Wachina, and one at an historically Tandek Nelson Dabochila, they say Cochin Pachi, Daboyoa at the Mount Palang at an Kumarang, yes, zone, then a comic and Zeba Kai, Yopate, Palmachi Palatendent, Nangari, some begin to hit, now again, Monam Shia Mato. Ta ne son the legend do that, Kona, John Hosawari, somebody was in the Ngana, none in the Hitan, those, Yeshe, Jasamba Kona, the Kona taken to him those.
It was always traditional in Tibet for both great lineage holders and ordinary practitioners to study with as many teachers as were available to them. And so the actual, in their origins, all of the Tibetan Buddhist traditions began as non-sectarian and impartial. And there is a very practical reason for this, which is that in general, and especially in the case of ordinary people like ourselves, we have no idea with whom we have the strongest karmic connection. We have no idea where we are going to discover the teacher who will be able to break through our resistance and show us our own mind. We cannot assume that it's necessarily going to be the teacher who is of the highest rank. It may be someone who presents him or herself as an ordinary person. And we can't assume that we're going to encounter that teacher where we first begin our studies. However, nowadays, there has arisen a custom of teachers forbidding their disciples from studying with other teachers, and often forbidding them from studying with teachers of other Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist or non-Tibetan Buddhist traditions. This is not traditional. It's not supposed to be that way, especially since ordinary people don't know where their karmic propensities lie. When you force people not to explore them or forbid them from exploring them, it is a type of spiritual oppression. The greatest masters in Tibetan Buddhist history have always arisen through the exploring the interconnectedness of different traditions. I mean, this is exemplified by the three most famous masters of the 19th century, Jonggung Kongtrul the Great, Jang Jinse Wongpo, and Chokje Lingpa. But those three are merely just the most famous, comparatively recent examples of this. In fact, if we go back through Tibetan Buddhist history, and in fact Indian Buddhist history as well, we find the same thing all over the place. The great ones, the great masters, always studied in this way. And those three masters, especially Jonggung Kongtrul and Jang Jinse Wongpo, went out of their way to literally to travel all over the place and receive every teaching they could from every master, even in cases where the teachers from whom they were receiving the teachings were in no way their own equals in either learning or attainment, but they still treasured what they received from them. And that was what the non-sectarian really was supposed to mean. And nowadays, when people say non-sectarian, then they imagine some kind of soup or stew where everything is poured together. the orange juice and coffee nika tong chogeres. And coffee non orange juice long not simple mentos. Like Kalar Rinpoche used to use an example for this. He says there's nothing wrong with having orange juice and coffee. You can have them even at the same meal. But it's silly to pour the orange juice into the coffee. Nobody likes that. And that's the difference. So, for example, if you read the writings of Jonggon Kongtrul the Great, he held every possible lineage, and he wrote about the practices and disciplines and studies of all of them. But in each one, including Bön tradition, but he treated them all on their own terms. He didn't mix them up. He didn't pour orange juice into the coffee. So when you read his, he was, of course, in the Golden Garland of the Karma Kagyu. So when you read his Karma Kagyu writings, you think, boy, this guy was only Karma Kagyu. When you read his Dzogchen writings, he seems like only about Dzogchen. When you read his Bön writings, you would doubt that he was Buddhist at all. Seriously. And it's just, he kept each in its own place perfectly preserved and expanded upon without infringing on it by mixing the one or the other. Same thing with Jang Chense Wangpo, who was, strictly speaking, a Sakya Tulku, but he was also the reincarnation of the great Terchen Jigme Lingpa. So he was both, and he explored all of these different things, but he kept them separate. When he was doing, writing about one tradition, he wrote about that, and he didn't mix them, but protected them all. So this is what Rinpoche said, I hope that this custom will continue. And I hope especially that the present Jomgon Rinpoche will embrace the example of his predecessors in this regard. And in that connection, I would like to say that I think that while he's chosen to interrupt his career as a spiritual teacher in order to study medicine, I do not regard that as an obstacle or a fault or anything. I think he knows what he's doing, and he will eventually come to take hold of his predecessors' how would you say, vision?
Thank you.
Yes?
This is a question from the webcast. Rinpoche, I understand there's no fundamental or essential difference between Mahamudra and Dzogchen. However, there does seem to be a difference in approach, emphasis, and terminology. How would you sum up these differences?
Tate ngama chunjo kwal tambiya wuxia yore. Te kembo sayin kwala, kembo kera tingi.
Kempo petse. Petse. Arik petse.
Re,
Arik petse inside.
Te ko ni kondo shamba lage dendi shiro. Tene ko ki chakin dokin ni de tene gare chaba yor segendo, gare chaba yo mare segendo, gare chakin dokin chagwa de. So tena ore one tane kata. Ko tena chaba ngama de so no. Ta ko te de rab de yo. One de ma chatanta de ngama no. Then the capsula that did not want Nelo Yanda topic capsula that one the chick by Manda, Tablam attending take the car your son dogs. Can it send an chucking, then I jump what the matter dogging, Shitang and young massons, and I am dig Gombam Nana Takora. Beto Trotonda was on it, that they think song Yakbatella Mambo, that was the labo to be on it. Te love you makasala te tablam with chani one tane takora kawa meva hakalam sen huk chembo son son do te son and nanjing kora one tane te taji ta tab damada mangboji nima tando mangsa do samando stenganang ta ranjing penata samno da bo imato nyamyo samno marta.
This question is often posed, and at one time when he's now deceased, the learned Khenpo Arik Khenpo Petse was teaching at the New York Shambhala Center, and Chuchong Rada was interpreting for him, and one of the students asked, "What is the difference between Mahamudra and the Great Perfection?" And Khenpo Petse answered, "They are one, or they are the same." But the way he said it, he was from Golok in the province of Sichuan, and the Golok accent, the E sound, the short I sound or gigu sound, is kind of flattened to where it almost sounds like a broad ah. And so therefore, when he said Mahamudra and Dzogchen are the same, he pronounced the word that means the same, chikpa, the way most Tibetans would pronounce the word for shit, chakpa. And so Chuchong was from eastern Tibet, but was not familiar with the Golok dialect. And so when he heard this, that, they asked this Lama, are Mahamudra and Dzogchen the same or different? And then he seemed to answer, Mahamudra and Dzogchen are shit. At first he thought that he really was saying something strange, and then he realized what it was. So that's the answer. That they're in the and then Rinpoche expanded on it. He said, I think what this means is that the realization, the nature that is realized through either Mahamudra or Dzogchen, is the same thing. So when we use the terms to mean a realization, it's the same realization. But there are differences in some of the methods of practice. Some of the methods of practice are different. And Rinpoche said, I don't know very much about this because I've had more training in the Mahamudra tradition than in the Dzogchen tradition thus far. But as I'm required to teach these songs of Terchen Barway Dorje, and he refers to various aspects of the Dzogchen tradition frequently, I'm starting to suspect that there may be more variety of methods in the Dzogchen tradition than in the Mahamudra, slightly, yes.
More?
Could I ask one more?
Yeah, what?
This question is about city.
City?
And
New York City?
No, not New York City. Cities, accomplishments. In the last two prayers, there are requests for bestowal of supreme and common cities. I understand supreme city as Buddhahood. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And our common city, things like clairvoyance, precognition, etc. I always thought we were not supposed to seek those out, but evidently it is okay to pray for them. Mm-hmm. Can you please clarify how someone who has a lifelong history of interest in and study of these topics should approach them in ways that do not conflict with the Buddhist teachings?
Mm-hmm. I'm getting pretty good at figuring out who's asking these questions because I know all these people. Because then they write me emails later and they say, I was the one who asked it. Direla, the Ladrup don, Lamenadra don, Sudep Zamana, Chok don, Tomonging Wodrup Zadu, So Shuake, Zegore. Choking Wodrup Sanji Gopan Rebe, Tomonging Wodrup Karere, Pena Tomonging Wodrup de Ngunshe don, Detzorebe. Deyena, Jujuna Natso Sana. Ngunche la sopa de nanyenge joam lam lokpa gi jures. De indu de ngasa ke tumonge ngodo tsad so sana karere.
다 효다 토몽게 ngodo 니가 가르침버리. 간대전 가르침버리 세나 토몽게 ngodo데 내가 플라바 람데 효베 값라 가르침버리. choke ngotopte tato ta laname ke kama topic capsula karchimbori ena ya tene hingdon tawa ni meba jegla tene ti yencho ke yaga londa chepa du phaba ji go la ba yin ta de yongya dan men khen da wo jere di yore Te in the capsula, cha tama telatini on a tawa dombo yagata jeba yonkin short cubachi take your is. Pa teta read your is. That then John mine, but no kind of your mind said the son. Te in the neck up penna, tomonking out of the Terchen body, Cadid Sena. That's also la se renwa, ne mepa, parchet na trava. Tende jega to ne, tene tambe chu yanta ba dubeke kokap tau go yod mato jege. Ta te tava jig lutin ramba hienda la kone konden ro matapanda wo china. Tene tek sajen ro, tene ta mepe kita, nyaveke ne na wo chila long dong kenda jiyona. Tene sa tapal pe masibe yunum gondo kdwas. Te tava pache mepa lam rimbe yendo ro tapa tela. Tene tomonke ngodu te pemas pa karchen bore ti oris lutin rere la pena chepat pagpare lutin yumate la tele chepat pagpa tene te jela tele chepat pagpa chena ta kone rot bat yungu oris tene tato la ta hie ma gore tomonke ngodu te one thane ge karchen bore chek randon de karchewari chek yendon de karchewari Yang ton lan me pa do yung capsula tan chogen out of the top sun na tene tene tomen rodon de sanata yu la me kana so yo ware te ta to la semye tamye la ko song togen yu bu ko ne tene rodon par ma che pa la ya ta te tamye pen da lan me bu ko ma na ko be ke tene kona tokje ta nu pa tang tene ngone ta ne ge We
actually need both common and supreme siddhi. Of course, what we chiefly seek is supreme siddhi, which you've correctly identified as the achievement of awakening or Buddhahood. And that is our final goal. But on the way to achieving it, on the path, as we travel the path, we definitely depend upon the right conditions. And the creation of these conditions is what we mean in this context, principally by common siddhi. To hope for supreme siddhi without any common siddhi would be like hoping to grow the flowers and fruit of a tree without that tree having roots, a trunk, or branches. It's not possible because the one depends on the other. So this is an example of the interdependence of progress on the path. Common siddhi, or common attainments, are what we need right now and for the duration of the path in order to continue it. We need longevity, we need good health, we need sufficient resources, we need to be born in an environment where Dharma is going to be available to us. If we are born in a hell realm, that is going to significantly delay our progress on the path. So because we cannot continue the path without these resources or these circumstances, we do pray to enjoy them. And the idea is one of gradual improvement, so that each life our circumstances are better than they were in the life before. In general, you can think of the common attainments as being what we need for ourselves so that we can achieve awakening. And the achievement of awakening, while it's obviously beneficial to the person who achieves it, is all about others and helping others, because the result of awakening, what ensues upon awakening, is, as Maitreya wrote in the Uttara Tantra Shastra, non-conceptual activity that is beneficial to all beings.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Rinpoche, I believe my guru is Buddha, is perfectly realized, is capable of bestowing all sorts of wonderful blessings and empowerments. I believe my guru is an emanation of Guru Rinpoche, Manjushri, Yeshe Tsogyo, and other masters as well. However, in speaking, my guru is self-effacing and will not admit that he has any particular realizations whatsoever. As a disciple devoted and willing to learn, how do I reconcile my devotion with my guru's modesty? Should my devotion and faith, it says, should my devotion and faith should develop as they are, unaltered by his self-effacement? What is your suggestion?
That the Kanishua po de Rinpoche Lomares. Then the Shuapo ge Sambala, Zawe Lama de Zope Sanje, Mizoksu Paparis. That the Jonju Sampe Nane, Jampayang down, Guru down, Yusu Mepa down, the Yeshe Sojal down, Nup Sanje Yeshe down, Yusu Mepa, Yamba della Yiche Yoris. Yenang Zawe Lama de Kilengamindos, Takba Kansonayang, nga Goma de Yopo Yore Mato, nga Sosu Chewores, Ngala Kamindos. De Samlo Tonso Kango dos. Rangi Mugu ke Samlo Tona, Rinpoche Sanjeres. Yenang Rinpoche ke Song de Tsigo dos. Yenang Song de Tsena, Depala Nugeres. Rinpoche ke Tapa, Ngarang Sosu Chewores. Dendo Dedo ke Rang Ma Papa ke Song de Tso, Gomba Chendu Tsina Yagare Kanda Tsigo dos.
다 자당게 산제기 송나 다 제진바다 제진바 많이 받아 거나 정벌 송바 덴벌 송바 공바다 공기스네 마보지 요래 대인도 값을 때는 다 오늘 단내기 소스그 대인도 막 한데 제기 여나 대따들라 때니 선대 혼람 따바이나 대따들라 소소나 지나 모든 종거리 ngarang ke kara ngare ngarana kare lamra te ya ngarana wa chegri tela chabar hiramendo.
Well, first of all, if we look at the statements of the Buddha, we classify them into different categories. Statements that can be taken literally, statements that cannot be taken literally. Statements that are independent of context, statements that are highly contextual or contextually dependent, statements made with a concealed intention, statements made without a concealed or special intention, and so on. And so you're free to regard whatever statements your guru makes about his own spiritual state in any of those ways. The point is that if you have the type of faith that you say you have, you'll receive great blessings. And it really doesn't have anything to do with me. From my side, when talking about myself, I have the same right as everyone has to say whatever I want to about myself. So I'm going to keep on saying what I say, but don't be disturbed by it.
And there is a second part to this question.
Okay.
It's just very brief. As well as I am a lazy practitioner and ordinary practitioner, is it possible that my devotion will enable to achieve the state of mixing my mind with the mind of my guru?
The Kadinshua po korong de lelochin, re, de nyamlan tramo yomare, nyamlan chuma yore, yenang de lame tuk don rangisem yeme de sewat de yong sigrebes.
So the teba mugol ralekres. Masya bakhay yomade. Kanda kayina sigre.
It's possible for you and for anyone if your faith and devotion are sufficient, yes. It's never impossible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, one more. Rinpoche, thank you for teaching last week. In Kalamazoo, you gave the lung on the sadhana, the embodiment of all victorious ones gone to bliss, which was transmitted to Barway Dorje from the 14th Karmapa. Could you explain how this was transmitted and a little history about them?
Tata de Jushiba Tekjo Dorje ge Gongte de Terchen Barway Dorje la sumpa ki jichen dang loju kandare.
Ta ti kapsala chatange Terchen Barway Dorje te chojo lingba kata brother in law te che ti kapsala chojo lingba te sobola pepe kapsala Terchen komati yabje chen pe wanda ta te pepe kapsala nima che la kamo shoja la tene kyubki tingyo doje ke kona deshi jawa chido ko te song kora choga te toto ne song mare wang te toto ne kor te do was te kor te ne ta maung pala chona na te tende yongju yo se ne te long na wale se ne shege do tende na de kapsula tene Baba doje ke gona tande wana tande la tena tende della choga ci vandas te shoko ndo kone tene kone yosa la gonda hilal dene hyo tene lenge hila chala nande kabla tenta ti korte choga nda bote sonu ci sonu was te sonu kapsala ta da de hi jawa che doge choga cha tamangon yoba sonu mares te sono te kone che stato sende tinti ne tene mamma capda vocina te sing capda vocina ta rato gombale te choa chasante pesa yogandos ena anda tunjo che capsula kora ta tama meva sonari ta te tato la ti choa te meva sonne tanda da voina cheka samanda cheka masanda voci ena tate kora ngosla te cheka masangwa te sacha yanda hin ka kana ya kale kale jaja jandigi yori ta te ta waji maywa yena ya ta kama pa juten pa ta kyuki pa yeme panda wori kona ba sama ngoji pa ne yembe ki chani tene kale kale kano huna mandi pa mewanda wata reti yori tene tanda wote Red yod tende ki junsen tende la tene ta tsama ke tege kora juncher dubaji tene dechen khone ke tinane sur tunse ne te tsamme ke tu jundo la kora sung yo banda ta tege long te keten ya pewari ta ne sonda wo tere tenda sung le no
Lare? The circumstances under which this transmission occurred were that Terchen Barway Dorje was the brother-in-law of Terchen Chokje Lingpa. And therefore, when Chokje Lingpa went to Tsurpu, Barway Dorje went with him, accompanied him as an attendant. And one day, while they were at Tsurpu, the 14th Karmapa, the Tekchok Dorje, gave the empowerment of this mind terma, without saying that it was his mind terma, he gave the empowerment from memory for that practice. And although the Karmapa gave the empowerment without using any texts and did it entirely from memory, Barway Dorje realized that there had to be a sadhana, a liturgy, even if it had not been written down, that the Karmapa had discovered or received. So therefore, he invited him for dinner and asked him to dictate to him the liturgy, which he did, and so the Karmapa dictated it, and Barway Dorje wrote it down, and that formed the long form of the sadhana. Now this sadhana, therefore, the copies of it existed at Raktrol Monastery in complete copies until the Cultural Revolution struck, at which time, like many other texts, half of it was lost. So what remains is half of the long form of the practice, and then a complete text of the short daily practice, which is what I gave the reading transmission for in Kalamazoo. Now, we could restore the complete text in one of two ways, either by taking the missing sections from similar liturgies, or it could also be rewritten. The parts that are missing could be rewritten by His Holiness the 17th Karmapa, because he is inseparable from his previous life as the 14th Karmapa.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Thank you, Rinpoche. I had a follow-up question on Travis's question about non-sectarianism and not mixing together the coffee and the orange juice. So practically, what does that mean for us practitioners? Does it mean when we study and we're talking about a particular lineage, a particular practice, we don't mix up what we know, how this teacher, Kagyu lineage, interprets one thing and mix it up with another teacher? Does it mean when we practice, we strictly follow the instructions based on that master's instructions on how to do that? And then when we do another, how does that translate? And then to ask the second question, some of us, do different kinds of energy work. I do a little bit of Reiki. And when one starts some energy work, especially Reiki, however you envision the sacred, you ask for their assistance to keep your practice pure. And especially with Reiki, you're asking for energy, in my case, to get through my day for the benefit of others, give me the energy, restore me so that I can be of benefit to others. And I go through the lineage. But you had said Shirley had asked a question up on the refuge tree, if we've been raised in another tradition, can we bring those enlightened masters there? So in addition to going through our lineage, visualizing you, Guru Rinpoche, the Dharmakaya, I also bring in some heartfelt, say bringing in Jesus or even bringing in my dead grandmother. Is that bringing in, doing the mixing of the coffee and juice? So I hope that's not too
the orange juice and coffee, masaya ke ta kare go pena lojong zoe kapso dene tawage ne sosowa deni penso masewa zam yanam yana nyamlen ji kapso penso Milarepa yanam pena nyamlen rere ke kapso de nyamlen de ki treat ta do zo ma to penso sele mepa la songi yanam
nyamlen kapsle
so
nyamlen kapsle ma to hlap yong ke kap chapa yong ma kan yong ma nyamlen kapsle na ta pena murang ke rikis zo la gudwa te zo ge yo na te ni chorang ke rikis ke kare lama jurum da wo karen do na tondo la so atap teni te ki chenam joga hyo samba da tela teni ko do kon hyo yong do ta ranking ke koran du ti yo ba de samba da ma to ta teni de ki koran ngara su ko hondo che hondo na na de ki la so ya ya da de ki la na hondo pa ya no tene go ma re teni ama te grandma te chetang ke tang do ina ta koran la ta na ya blo so ra yo ma re ta jakatene chegre ma to la ta na ya blo so yo ma re kan se na kan ta so si ke o te la ta na ya ba ina te koran so na ne gre se ne la gre chegi ya blo so yo ma re ta ya ka grandma te one ta ne ke sa chu chan chu smanda wa ina ya ne na ka ra
achi do
ma chi la dong da
achi da the kaloro mashege de person be dos de sons niche ke ko Yeshe pa yang yin no pa yang yin sho are ramshe de degeres ina de chamro zoshin ku zo la doji chango ma to Yeshe ma gong Yeshe gong pa kapsa de jadam de to le chang do ba de la Yeshe koran sha ma to doji chama sha son do ya po sho tu basically, in your question, you indicate two possible meanings or understandings of this. The one is that in study, should we keep the different things separate? Or is it a matter of what we do in practice? Rinpoche said it's what we do in practice. In study, we don't have to worry about mixing because we're trying to understand everything holistically and not to create more compartments in our mind. So don't worry about combining different things in study. It does mean, however, your second choice, which is to keep the techniques of specific practices distinct from one another so that they don't encroach and water down and weaken one another. So, for example, when you're practicing Reiki, is it pronounced Reiki?
Yeah, that's
When
almost
you're
like a third.
practicing-
That's
yeah.
almost like a third thing, and,
Yeah,
and it
but,
assumes.
yeah,
go
but
ahead.
can I say what he said, please? When you're practicing Reiki, he said, invoke the gods and masters of Reiki. Don't bring the Buddhist or Christian religions into it. When you're doing Reiki, just do Reiki as it is taught. And then he said about your grandmother, he said, Buddhists do not revere our ancestors. That is a Chinese cultural custom to turn your ancestors into gods, objects of worship. And it said that the Buddhism considers it inadvisable because it can harm the ancestor. If you treat the ancestor like a god and they're an ordinary person, then it can hurt them. The exception is if your grandmother was like a bodhisattva on the 10th level or something, then that's a whole different thing. But if your grandmother was an ordinary person, revering her as a god could actually harm her.
So I think.
Oh, and then he said, what Kala Rinpoche had me tell the instance, when Kala Rinpoche said this about the orange and the coffee, someone was asking him, because Kala Rinpoche would always say that there was no contradiction in taking the vow of refuge and being a Buddhist and also being, for example, a Christian. He said, just keep them separate. And he said, don't pour the orange juice into the coffee. And he said, what I mean by this is, when you're doing ngondro, don't visualize, Vajradhara or Guru Rinpoche, whoever it is, in the center of the refuge tree. Don't visualize Jesus in the center of the refuge tree. And he said, and when you're meditating upon Jesus on the cross, meditate on Jesus on the cross. Don't hang Vajradhara on the cross.
Anyway, if I can go back to the Reiki
Yeah.
thing, the way that I got the Reiki empowerment, and it was said very specifically because there was a number of us from different traditions, and they say the first step is in whatever way you envision goodness. And if you're a Christian, it would be Jesus. If you're a Buddhist, however you envision the Buddha. If you're not religious, you may ask for an assistance of a dead relative. However you envision goodness, ask them to assist you with this Reiki so it doesn't become self-cherishing. That you can use that good health and whatever, because otherwise you could take that really phenomenal energy and just do more of your negativity, like drink more or smoke more. So that's one part of the Reiki question. And this is like going into something else here, but the reason I asked for the assistance of my dead grandmother is that some people who were seers, 2 different people have seen her around me saying that she's there to assist me. I believe them because these people didn't know me. And they say when I am working with children, when I'm working with the disabled, and they didn't know that I work with children and work with the disabled. When I feel depleted, she puts her hands on my shoulders and refills me so I can assist these people. And that would be my grandmother, but she's not a bodhisattva. So in that case, what do I do with that info? Since she has, in some form, some spirit has availed themselves to me to do good things.
Pala mala shangla tabla detso goe la nga yorwa detso konong chi tente do da moronga labje de reiki ke zoya ke wang de do de tope do so yana konso ke the lapsons, cherang soso, ke chulo kanyin pa, de ge chapne goms, de mila pen takzu, de konso ke nupa yin san namato rangi nupa du mesams, rangi nupa yin san na, dene lokpa doya ke nyenka yos. Dindu moranga de reki zodu, de chapne de zo gongi yoris. Nisana, the grandmother ke korde, ngunche yoke nyige morang grandmother morang la pen tokpa yo tongsons. De tenten yopa ke ta yose, dene de morang de grandmother la sono tangwa ke jusenderes.
다 전에 옛날에 내서 버린다 왔어.
Nasa.
오늘 전에 지난 남바리 남바인도 값을 따뜻해 좀 값을 상지 맨질라 검. 전에 맨라 제일 서버 검 가리 이나야다. 오지 맨질라 이나 가리 이나 강가 다 가리 소소 그리 과사와 이나 제검 제게 나 거라 얘기 거니 다네. 전에 지납 잠진 족밖에
Well, then, if the practice of Reiki involves the use of the sources of refuge of one's particular spiritual affiliation, then there's a very easy way to comply with that. Since you're Buddhist, then you would visualize either the medicine Buddha alone or with his other medicine Buddha brothers, or the Guru Rinpoche form of the medicine Buddha is called the Uddiyana Vaishyaja Guru, whichever form you are more familiar with, and recite their mantra mentally, quietly, as you perform the healing.
다 드네 나보지 그때는 관점 나보 zonkin직 그랜마다 그 남발에 현달 하게 요바이나 오늘 인식리스 다 됐다 보이나 때는 빼마세 비야고래 고소스기 루그라긴 관점 조고요리 쳇바 좀 파바레스.
As for what the seers saw, in certain in liturgies, the what are called inherited gods of the family are mentioned. These are not actually our ancestors, but these are gods whom we inherit with the DNA of our various ancestors. So they're sometimes classified as the father god, the mother god. So the father god comes from the father's family, the mother god from the mother's family. Then there's the uncle god, the shoulder god, the kitchen god. There are lots of them. And it's quite possible that that is what these seers are seeing, that they're seeing that you are actively protected by one of these, by presumably something that you have inherited from the grandmother, but it's not actually the grandmother. It's probably this inherited sort of mundane protector, which is a good thing.
Okay, and so just accept its help.
Yes.
But don't propitiate it. Just say, kind of like thank you, but remember that I'm a Buddhist and keep them above my head. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could you speak a little bit about the importance of offerings? And I find when I'm doing my offerings for my shrine, the bowls, it can be a little stale. How can we apply the concepts we're learning here about freshness, bringing freshness to the imagined offerings?
The freshness is not do you understand what it's freshness doesn't mean enthusiasm. Freshness means an awareness of the present moment. But you're talking about a lack of enthusiasm.
Well, it's both. Do you want to apply that type of freshness when you're making offerings, and also, yes, how can I bring more enthusiasm to my offering?
Da ko dunsa de zo puwe ke kapso mopa shera mendose. Mopa yongwa ke top kandra yore pena chepe penyon chik songi yanam. Nyusana de generic soma ke ngone chepa poya yore pes.
chopa nothing pain ya chambo ya bote song
Ngarang yana jeng mendo.
da chopa la pain yore
Lasa.
one pe ma se pe me ge sonam so me shake so somare then chopa la yan chopa la ring mambo yore ngo sin yo job ke chopa ngo sin manjo ben chopa da bo yon so zong ke chopa da bo yon so ma zong chopa singe da ta chopa la ring number na chopa re te yin de ka so la ta ngo sin job ke chopa te pwa yin na pe na sonam chembo re kon cho la chopa se re ngeno la jimba se re mato je tonda ngoma la ta ya kon cho so na chopa pwa te yin na ya ta jimba ke thana ten den dog re jimba ke yorte ta kora kuba hyobe ke yor chepa tam pape ke yor nelo yang ta ba so yin do la so so la pe na ta chinam jok to be ke yor yimbe chane te la hesa kugor ke to ni chopa pol sen se ke yor ma to nge sanje le jimba tang yin da te ni ta se ke yor ma re nge no la yin jimba tang yor re te la ten pen to yung ke yor re ta te yin na ya so te so so la me ke sonam ke so tang me Yeshe ke so ogo mogo la ra le ke re
Ugu sana.
go ta mogo la ra le ke re ta go wa yin na ta ko na jom me pa na de bo me jom ma re te yin do ka so la te ne ngone ta ne sonam sa pe ke de bo che me na te ne ma on pa la so so la sonam sa pe ke ko na sonam sa ya pe ke ta jo hon song da bo che me na ma on pa la sonam te ko na yong ya ke de bo da bo te yo ka le ka po re jawa to ko san ji chom den de ke chang khan jimba te te ni ra la wa wa yi khan ma jim pa te yang chu ba yin se so yo ba re te yin do kapsula te ni pe na jo ji pa te a de sha ke so ha re te ne phe sin kin de ke sonam sa ke mndo ma to che ke ta phe de ke sonam sa ba yin na ngone phe ke chu ti chang ba ke ta sonam sa na te ne sonam ke phum pa de me ba te ne dob to ba te ne do se ne so ha re ten da bo yin do kapsula te ne ko ra sonam sa sin kin te ne je chon da bo yin na ngana so ngone ta ne ke ko ra te pa ta mo gu ke ko ni te ne sanje la phwa yin na te ngone ta ne chopa de wa ta ko ra chopa te jimba cha ye tan ji hwa ta to re te ne te khang ke chadal phu yo de sen na te ne so so la sanam sa chadal phu yo de te ya te ne che khatu so ma yin pa ta pa ta wa ya po ji chen ne te ne phu te phu wa yin na ta phu ma ta ya kambo ka rang ke tong kambo ka la la phu wa te ne da wo ma re ngone ta ne ko na Sama yimba, so se kalu nablu mandowa. One yakwa jipu ko de bato.
Kalu nablu.
Kaan song sa so ke song kaan ya do tende che do tup tup da bo ina ne tan kaga le.
Ore.
Mato che ke tende ke yongi ya ma de te ta bo che ba ina sonam pa de me pata kora thatu jimba paro chimben de bo nyong ko wa ina. Tene jimba song ko yo de jimba song yong de kapsula. Tan chopa tamche ke nane, konchon chopa te chot chowari. Khaan chen chot chowari se na ma ngeno na jimba tangwa te ke jimba penyo yunga re te. Khaan sa so la kare jimba tangwa yina te ke sonam te yunga re ma to che ke te len chot chopa sonam yunga yo ma re se. Koncho len chopa powa yina, koncho sam te sa kora roa ri to ke simye tamje la. Pemba te debe nama ke to da demba. Roa simjen tamje la machi ke pota du gomba jen. rawa simje tamje la te ta pende te tongken yembe junsen la ten ta kora rik tok simje tamje la tu chi dal chopa pho da bu ke ta sonam yori te tamje te ta to gende bu tau go te konjo sam ten tau go yori ma to tele los chobal ten ta ya me be ge junsen la ten ta te chopa de pe kal chembo re te pube kapsala ta company pube de to de ke te song yan de to
Pupi do peshera lagi mari.
eh
Ngatsal pe to poyo.
ah ya ta ona
Me te jagar ke te pushpe. La burger pukpe lagi ore. Tene inchi ngatsal ke te be te dapo laptop mando. Tene pushpe dupe ke tsal ngatsal pupi dupe lagi ore. Pupi dupe senat. Zopa ke kesha te ngatsal tsane gagmentus. Ngare dokang Rinpoche ke lapsans. Ta shenda nge be ta de lagin, dene vajra lagi me benza lagi in ma to pupi dupe lagi me. So okay, I better explain that. It's kind of off topic, but it will. It's actually, your question is very good because the role of offerings, the purpose of offerings, the need for offerings does require explanation. In our practice, we are trying to do two things, basically. We're trying to directly remove the veils that prevent us from seeing the nature of our mind. But we're also trying to build or accumulate the resources or faculties that will make it easy for us to see that. And the building or accumulation part of our practice also has two parts, a conceptual part and a non-conceptual part. The conceptual accumulation is what we call the accumulation of merit. And merit means the basis for everything we think of as good fortune. The non-conceptual part, which is where freshness comes into it, is the accumulation of wisdom. And we need to do both. We need to accumulate merit if we want to enjoy the results of merit, because nothing can arise without a cause. And we also need to work toward the accumulation of wisdom through the practice of meditation and so on. Now, there are infinite ways to accumulate merit. Generally speaking, we can say that they're included within the first 5 of the 6 perfections: generosity, moral discipline, patience, diligence, and meditation. Offerings, the making of offerings, are one of 2 parts of the practice of generosity. We use different words depending upon the recipient of giving. When we give to a Buddha, we say offering. We don't say, I was generous to the Buddha. And when we give to someone in need, we usually say give or generosity or charity or something like that. We don't commonly, unless we're being very stuffily respectful, say offer. But basically, in each, what you're doing, the act is the same. And we'll come back later to the question of which recipient, how much the recipient matters. But the act of giving is important. And the act really comes down to the mental state of giving, willingness to give. Therefore, there are countless types of offerings. To simply summarize them, there are physically present offerings and imaginary offerings. Physically present offerings can be divided into, well, let's do imaginary first. Imaginary offerings are things that don't exist or that you haven't seen, but that you can imagine, like heaps of medicinal powders the size of Mount Everest and so on. You've never seen that, but you can imagine it, so therefore you can offer that. Physically existent or present things include the offerings that you're talking about, which are the bowls that you set up on your shrine, filled with water, or sometimes, if you're doing specific practices, they're divided into different things like flowers and incense and so on. But they also include things that you know about or that you've seen, you can offer as well. Because when you offer things that you've seen that are elsewhere, it's a real thing, it really exists. And by offering it to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, you're not taking it away from anyone else. You're actually offering your perception of it, which you are free to give. So you can offer all of the beautiful flowers and mountains and trees and the beautiful sky and so on that you've ever seen, the sunset and everything. You can offer everything as long as you don't damage it for somebody else's use. So therefore, there's also within the category of physically existent or present offerings, there are owned and unknown things. Owned, you can offer things that you own, like your offering bowls and so on. You can offer things that other people own as long as it doesn't deprive them of their use. So for example, if your neighbor has a garden of beautiful flowers, you can't pick them, but you can mentally offer them to all Buddhas. And then things that are unowned are everything in the universe that you think is fit of offering, the beauty of the stars, the beauty of the sun, the beauty of other galaxies, whatever it is. So you can offer anything that you believe is fit and worthy to offer. The question arises, why do we need to do this? Well, if you want to enjoy good fortune, what we collectively call good fortune, the fruit of merit, things going well, you need to generate its cause. Things don't happen without the causes preceding them. So if you want to enjoy the result of merit, you need to accumulate merit. We can go further and say that generosity goes to the very heart of attachment, and therefore is a way of helping to release ourselves from attachment. About that, the Buddha said, whatever you give is truly yours. Whatever you keep will never be yours. When you give something away, either as an offering or in an act of generosity, it becomes truly yours because you will receive the benefit of that. But when you hold on to something, it's not yours because it's not going to last. You're not going to last. You don't actually really own it. You're merely borrowing it. Now, the custom specifically of offering 7 bowls or more, sometimes hundreds or thousands of bowls of clean water, arose de ngunda eyona meshi ngone jagani na omare goso de jagani chutsama mendos de bene de kadu yana tenten mishi ta danla george ge sompa de
cho ta oma de cho ta ganga phu ganga phu ya ne ta oma ke de phu ge yo me yo ha mo ta ya ke oma ne cho de ko lan thong de go de ta de oma
anyway, when Atisha came to Tibet, he said, obviously, you Tibetans don't care about accumulating merit. He was always saying things like that, if you did, it would be so easy for you to do so because the water in this country is so clean. I mean, he was coming from West Bengal. And so you're saying that, it's so easy for you to make offerings here. Your water is fit for offering. And so the custom already existed of offering bowls of water, but it really, we could say, became one of the fundamental observances for us. So the idea is that by offering something that you need, that you use, as simple as water, you are creating the karmic basis for your accumulation of merit, for it to be plentiful for others, and so on. Now, it's important that the offering be clean and pure. So in other words, the offering bowls should be kept clean and untarnished. The water should be clean, and it should not be come from your own cup. So you don't mix you don't pour yourself a glass of cold water and then take a sip and then pour some into the watering bowls and then take a sip and pour more in the water bowls. Rinpoche said, the offerings should be unmixed with your own saliva and snot. So it's a good guideline. And so don't spit on or blow your nose on the offerings. And the next question is, well, if the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas don't actually need the water we pour into our bowls, then why should we not emphasize the other type of generosity, giving to those in need? Giving to those in need is excellent and is very much part of a bodhisattva's training, but the supreme recipients of offerings, the most beneficial, are the three jewels because of the unique aspirations Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have made to benefit those who make these offerings. In other words, when you give to someone in need who is an ordinary person, there's tremendous benefit, but it's not as great as the benefit of offering to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas because, first of all, you're offering it to all of them. Because they are omniscient, they can receive the offering no matter where you make it. Secondly, they have the special aspirations to benefit those who form a connection with them by making those offerings. So the benefits of one day's offering of water bowls to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas continue to accrue forever, unless you regret having done it. So that is... these are the reasons why doing it. It's what we would call, in English, we'd say it works like magic. If you offer water, then you will accumulate merit. It affects you. It affects you quite quickly, actually. Now, in addition, you may want to, Rinpoche asked me to explain, this is where the poopy-doopy came in. If you want to, you can have the more elaborate offerings, which correspond to the other offerings described in sadhana practice. So the two waters, the water for drinking, the water for washing the feet, and then the flowers, or pushpe, then the incense, or dupe, which would be rice or other grain with the incense sticks stuck in it. And then usually there's a lamp. And then perfume, which typically it's water with saffron in it, but it can also be any kind of perfume or cologne or anything like that. And then food, and then some people will also have a bowl with a little musical instrument, like tiny cymbals or a conch shell to represent music. And now the joke about it was that because most Tibetans pronounce the offering mantras for flowers and incense not as pushpe. It's actually a sha where the tongue goes back a little bit, pushpe, and dupe, but they pronounce it pukpe and dupe. Then when that comes to the West and we don't pronounce the Tibetan properly, people end up saying poopy doopy. And a friend of mine in retreat said to me, I'm not going to correct all of these Tibetan pronunciations. I'm going to stay Banza and not Vajra. But one thing I am never going to say is poopy doopy. I'm going to say pushpe, dupe. So that has nothing whatsoever to do with your question. Mare, don't put tongue.
tonyak chorwa. tela dabo che na ta java thamche tene khora ngambar dabo sang je ta wa chö ko re ta tela ngone tane teba yo ma de ka ko myong ya kan yo ma de no yo ma de na ya tene so su ke ta maung pa ke te kom ke tung han dabo khare nyong ya yo na thundu ke pe na te tu ta pe ke thon dabo ta tende sen pena kozo thoga ke chonda bo yana jab ko la tma yo mare te yana semje thamje ke la ta nyom be ke deba thamje jam be chet la tene thoyin singen da bo ta mamen da bo che yana tene ko la jab ko la ta ko la te kansela ko chu ne lo yan ta ba ma to be kangen yo mare te yana semje thamje ke tene mare ko mo ba sa ne Yeshe ke na wa je ne shoke nero soken to taba sewan dabo ta de de wa de yore to no mango de tanga to ka to moyong mari.
If you read the longer liturgies where there is a stanza devoted to each of the different offerings, you'll see that each has a specific effect or a specific benefit. For example, the first offering is water, pure water for drinking. And in the longer liturgies, it will point out that as Buddhas or Dharmakaya, they don't experience thirst, but that you make this offering to them so that the thirst and hunger and so on of all beings be alleviated. Similarly, the second offering is water for washing the dust off of people's feet. And then Buddhists don't need that, but we do. We need purification. We need to be purified. So when you offer that, you think, by my offering this to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, may the obscurations of all beings be purified. And then similarly with flowers, you aspire that you achieve the beauty of the form, that all beings achieve the beauty of the form body or rupakaya of all Buddhas. Incense is connected with moral discipline. So by offering incense, you make the aspiration that all beings achieve the fine fragrance of perfect moral discipline. Lights are connected with the removal of ignorance. You make the aspiration that through offering a butter lamp or whatever light it is, that the ignorance of all beings be dispelled, and so on. So each one has a specific correspondent meaning, and that's why we do this.
Yes.
Well, thank you. All this talk about water is making me thirsty.
Okay, two very short questions. As you were talking, I thought of these. On my shrine, I used to light candles, and for whatever stupid reasons, it started getting difficult. Plus, I was concerned about the waste, and knowing His Holiness is really urging his students to be environmentally conscious. So I get my electricity from a reusable, what's the word, sustainable source. So what I'm using is the lamp, the Himalayan lamps, that spin the mantra as my light offering. However, it doesn't fit on my little shrine table, so it's on a tiny table next to where the water and the flowers are. Is that acceptable while I'm doing my puja at home? That's question number one.
That the chime gets up like usually no about cholat up the koyok cholat up on maresone morong the law the youngse vegetarian ke lo ke gone the lo ke drame mani kolota which you up the pu yore chisham rang la shong mare the chisham ke lo la yore de digere fine yeah we have those here too.
Oh, okay, great. So that's good. The other question is, I know I am nowhere near as poor as most people are in this world, but I do experience sometimes a financial pinch. And sometimes I usually end up, when I have a little extra money, I usually do end up giving to a charity, especially a charity where I feel it's going to, like the city mission, and that could be the first meal somebody's going to get in a few days, or to an animal shelter, and that could delay the killing of an animal, or what have you, something like that. And I may not have money left over offerings for the Buddhas. What I have offered, and I think in my mind this is appropriate, I offer to the Buddhas my own personal discomfort, saying I give this up gladly, give this money gladly to save a life, to fill a hungry belly. And what that may mean for me by giving that money is that I'm wearing shoes with a hole in it, or I might skip a little meal, or I may just have a little bit of toast as opposed to a nice meal. Is it appropriate to offer your sacrifice and your discomfort and saying, I offer this to you, I do this willingly, so somebody else may not suffer anywhere as much as I'm suffering right now?
Mo de ranga de yapai kapsa de upo la tregiores upo la de zopa de morang desa ge rongche de la upo ge zopa la trejo dang semchen de dapo meba ge semchen nyara kon jara tong kan ge zopa de ni la tregiores de dos de ranga de ngosu sanje la mapu nayang de consola Trepa ke gone morong la tets kala nywa dawo de lango nyingpa gongo pa dawo ke dunga trembo jongma de morong ke dunga de la dangdo lama de sanje la pugi yoris de degere
다 동아 당도 나와 되게 소소기 잡아다그래.
라서
상계를 동아 평야다 시다요 말이. 얘나야 오늘 다니겠다. 거라 올보탕 되네 거라 든두기 쳇돌라. 저랑 그 가래 때와 얘나 전에 때와 되게 고난서라 펜 토와효 상계다 장조스 마탐지게 펜 토버게 되니 고난 지납다 통문 나로 지삼바다부터나 됐는데 그래. 강에다 동안 표승게다 이라요 말이.
In the Buddhist tradition, we don't offer our suffering to the Buddha. That's something you're getting from elsewhere. We don't offer our suffering. Your acceptance of minor deprivation as a result of your charity, your generosity, is valuable because it purifies you. The willing acceptance of deprivation because you put others' needs before your own is an exceptionally powerful means of purification, but it's not regarded as an offering to the Buddhas. An alternative attitude to that is when you perform these acts of generosity, like when you send the check or give the cash or whatever it is to these organizations, that you do so with the aspiration, with the double aspiration. First, that it be really beneficial to those beings whom it is intended to benefit, and secondly, that through your making that act of generosity, those beings come to be held by the compassion of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So you pray for them. And that means that what you're giving them is not just the generosity of the money, but it's also the generosity of protection, the protection by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and in a sense, the generosity of Dharma.
Very, very quick, as I may write out that check, and just in the same way that, we do the offering of the food, first to the Buddhas before we serve, can I do that with the check? Or not?
You mean rip a corner off of it? No.
I'm not really sure. Sometimes what I'll do...
No, because you're not really giving it to them. You're giving it to the organization.
Okay.
I mean,
Because
that would be...
sometimes what I'll do is when I'm feeling that way and I'm feeling like, hungry ghost and I wish I had more money, and sometimes I may even just hold the check and recite, O money pay home, and think in my mind, may all sentient beings know happiness, recite the 4, immeasurables, in some way trying to offer it. I'm trying to make it do double duty.
The money don't you they abore mato ngana ke de danga de dampo Sanjay Chugi sent out Sanjay Lama Push and that lieutenant the Ukoyar.
Tete is Okoyanda. Nando Pera Tambi.
The kata it's long.
Look and go take a flat just sourcing a Tambi.
Look
And go take
Lasso.
flat just Tamala. Take the Calicavori. And I am Tati Kabla, so Lu La Kange Yongyatang. Tani Sam La Kange Yongyatang. Tani Ta over Donha Kalenda watching Yong Yonaya. Take it in the sausage, get any over the Donha Sava, some Manam Jam, the Georges.
But no, don't offer the check to the Buddha first.
Okay.
Because you're not really giving it to him, so it's kind of like
It doesn't work that way.
you're trying to make it do double
That's
duty.
exactly what I'm trying to do.
Rinpoche said we have a saying about that kind of a thing in Tibet. It's using one sheep's head. That doesn't mean a real sheep's head, but you know the sheep's head image that they use at Losar. It's not a real sheep's head.
Okay.
Yeah, using one sheep's head to make offerings to 100 gods. I mean, you
Okay.
can't really, it's.
Okay.
So what you can do is you can make the aspiration that through your willing acceptance of even the most minor deprivation,
Okay.
through as a result of your generosity, that you and all others be freed from poverty forever. That's acceptable.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this will be the last question.
Rinpoche, if the current Jamgon Kongtrul is my root guru, how could I think about this period of time when he is completely unavailable?
Tatade Jongong Kuching Shipa Dini Zawe Lama to Zongkenyana Rishik de la Jawa Zoya Kamendus de Samno Tongso Kandra Gokudu.
Ta Deba Saya Menaya, Tanda Naranso Chogan Mambo Song Song. Lama Rangsem Yermi Senate, Tang on the Kumatella Lama Sen Churchune, Tende Yabe Kanzaji Yena, Rom, Tanden Delangos la Kone Rangi Kotol and Deba, Choneta, Chunda Top Song Yena Yaron, Kare Yena Yaron, that Lama take Zeba Kande Yoba Yena, that Lama Kone can Zeba Mato Cheke, Nara Tora Kong Zeba take dictate the Kang the Dongan Yong can Zeba Maris. Ta Lamin Zeba Cheta Donaya, Gonsan Mobeta, the Kuching and Song of the tea, and the Kande Cheke Lamek and Zeba now Yanaya. Tell a tat on the Lamin Zebari, Kone Netan Kobe Nelon Tatu, Devil Lana Meba top tanking Kanzari. Te in the capsulata, tella, Nindok and Derry, than the Mari, Ya, Dog, Senator, Patu Mari. They one at Tanek took him Honam Semjing, get on the land, Savari, taken their part in it, and then they younger, some became Yeshe Tembuku Guanit in Hara, Yendola, Sunday Monam Tantini, Lamiko Kosontoki, Rangi Julan Joke. Then the Rangel Lunga years on the did from Jata, should to pick a budget on your cell. Semja Tamjela Pendant Lana Mabel Dup to begin the butt to Dembrahu, somebody now and then. Tan Jena Majena Chabashiram no was. Take a got it.
It's frequently taught in Dharma that there is never any real separation between the mind of a devoted disciple and their guru. That physical separation, such as temporarily being unable to remain in contact with the guru personally, is actually irrelevant, because the connection between the disciple and the guru, which is really formed through the disciple's devotion, is not dependent upon the maintenance of regular contact or any physical proximity. Whether you are a disciple initially of the current fourth Jamgon Rinpoche, or are his disciple because you were a disciple of the previous third Jamgon Rinpoche, in either case, your devotion for him supersedes whatever choices he makes. In other words, the choices that gurus make in how to live their lives affect them, but they don't affect the disciples, or needn't affect the disciples. And therefore it's said, no matter what the guru does, treasure it. So if you have continued devotion for Jamgon Rinpoche, then simply continue to pray to him as before, dissolve the blessings of his body, speech, and mind into yours, with the prayer that you become able, like him, to liberate all beings. And really, nothing has changed. Inside it.
Yeah.
So we'll conclude. Yeah. Sonam Yeshe Zozoid Sonam Yeshe Lezonve Tamba Kenya Tobar Goy Sanjoy Samne Ramboy Maji Banai Jijere Jeba Nyamba Mepada Kone Kondo Bawar Joy Zimje Damje Dedai Dingerje Nindroy Damje Dade Tombar Sanja Sambai Ganda Zargyo Teda Kunja Monanda Baragoy Sanje Rejer Zunze Dambekar Jaraga Dega Dandere Limbai Sanje Mezoin Rebe Samaj Sije Choda Jabe Rajidu.
Thank you. I'm very approved.
So Rinpoche will give each of you some blessing pills.